build your own AI SaaS platform with payment integration completely for free. We'll be using Next.js 15 for our client side, Tailwind CSS and Shadcn UI for our UI design, Clerk for authentication, Gemini AI for intelligent responses, Convex for our backend logic, PayPal for payments, and Vercel for deployment. So don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and turn on notification for more high quality content like this. Now let's dive into the demo. So on the home page, the first thing we're going to do is to sign in. So I'm going to click on the sign in button here, and this should open the Clerk Authentication model for us. So I'm going to click on continue with Google, and this should redirect us to Google website. So I'm going to select an account. I'll click on continue, and this should redirect me back to my website. So once I land on the website, you can see, if you come over here, you can see the credit balance, which is 10 because free user is given 10 credits. And we can click here to see sign out here. So the first thing I'm going to do is to paste a job. So I'm going to copy a job title and description from Glassdoor and paste it. So I've pasted a job. You can see is a software engineering with Manstack. So I'm going to click on the send button, and this should generate the title for us and an HTML format of the description I pasted here. So I'm going to click on send, and you can see here it has created the title. So it will change the title very soon. And you can see Manstack software engineer and also the description here. So now you can see our AI has given us a welcome message telling us what it does. It's telling us that it can automate the CV, skills analysis, and specific insights. So we also have the different prompts you can select from here. You can select from summarize description. So I'm going to click on draft a cover letter for me, and you can see the AI is responding, and you can see the cover letter which he has drafted for us. You can ask the AI more questions. You can say draft a resume for me, and it's going to, like, based on the description it says here, and it's going to draft a resume for you, and you can see how beautiful is that. So you can also ask, you can ask in a lot of questions you can ask it. And if you notice, once you ask question, our credit balance is reducing. And once it reaches zeros, it will ask you to buy new credit, buy more credits. So I'm going to ask the AI some specific questions here. So I'm going to say, how do I fit for this role? So I just want to ask more questions to exhaust the credit, so we can see how we're going to buy credit. So we can see that the AI is giving us the answer for the how do I fit this role. I can also ask the AI more questions like on what was my last question or message. And you can see that the AI remember what I've asked. It says, based on our conversation history, your last question is how do I fit for this role? And you can see that it's also brought the result it gave out is exactly what I asked. So there are more questions I can ask. You can ask the salary range. I click on salary range, and it will pick out the salary range from here, and you can see that I've exhausted the credit. So now if I try to click on any of, give it any prompt, so I'm just going to say voice based challenges, and you see say you have run out of credit. So you can select buy and buy any credit you want just by moving the slider. If you move here, you see $1, which is 10 credits. You can see you can move like this, you can take it up. So it depends on how you want to do it. So I'm going to buy 100 credits, which is $10. So I'm going to click on buy, and this should take me to PayPal. And you can see that I'm in PayPal. So I'm going to try and sign in into my account. So I'm going to click on continue to continue, and this should verifying payment. And immediately if you see that I have 100 credits already, so I can go back to my job, or I can add new job and continue asking a lot of questions from the AI. So I can click on I mean ask it what is the biggest challenges, and you can see that this is working. So I have my VS Code open. So the first thing we're going to do is to so I'll open my terminal. So I'll just open my terminal, and let's install Next.js. And we can just go straight to Next.js documentation, and you can install Next.js from there. So I'm going to just so we have npx create next app latest. So I'm going to just paste it here, but I'm adding TypeScript at the end. So you can add TypeScript there. I'll just click on enter, and this should install Next.js for us. And once that installs, it's going to ask for some information here. So I'm going to say yes to produce and proceed. and this is Next.js 15. So I'm just going to put dot inside this directory, then no, yes, no, yes, no, and this should install all this for me. So we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, and we're going to be using Tailwind CSS 3. Why? Because Tailwind CSS 4 has I'm having issue with it with Shadcn UI. So I want to use Shadcn UI for this project. So I'm going to install Tailwind CSS 3. So to do that, let's come over to here and let's click on come over here and let's install this first. So I'll copy this and we're going to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So let's wait for this to install. So let's install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to pick on the post CSS, not the CLI, and let's copy this and let's install this. So I'm going to just clear this and paste it here and click on install. And once that's installed, we're going to initialize Tailwind CSS. I think we should have the CSS already existing. Okay, no, we don't have the CSS here. So let's wait for this to install. So let's initialize this. I'm going to clear my terminal and let me paste this and this should initialize the CSS for us. And we should have both CSS here config and I think so. So let me just close this. I think we need to delete this one. We're going to remove this one. So I'm just going to create a new post CSS config .config.js. And I'm going to paste this here. Exactly this one. Then let's scroll down and then inside the Tailwind config, we're going to okay, let's just leave it like this for now. We're going to use Shadcn UI. So let's also go into app and let me close this. Let's clear out everything here from the so I'm going to clear everything here. Let me remove the CSS. I just say home page, home. Then I think we can go over to the layouts, or let's first install Shadcn UI first. So I'm going to just remove to close this. And let me do Shadcn UI. So you can go over to shadcnui.com and you can click here to get started. So I'll click on Next.js here. And you can see that the flowing guide is for Tailwind CSS version 4. But if you want to use Tailwind CSS 3, you can use this. I'm going to use Tailwind CSS 3. And let me do npx. I think npx for npm. Just click here. And you can see that say npx Shadcn UI. Say Shadcn. I'll just put, I think I copied this. Let me just paste this here. And let's do init. And this should initialize Shadcn UI in our project. Then we can add a component we need. So I think it's saying Tailwind CSS. Let me see. No Tailwind CSS configuration. So let me remove this one first. And then let's see this. Okay, let me open global CSS. And then let me go over to Tailwind CSS and copy this. So I'm just going to remove this. So this is for Tailwind CSS4. I think Next.js install the Tailwind CSS4 for us there. So I'm going to remove everywhere where Tailwind CSS4 is and just use Tailwind CSS3. So let's try and initialize it again and see if this will work. Okay, yeah, it works. So let me close this side and let's pick a New York. Okay. Sorry. So let me just say New York, pick and say yes. Then we're going to say, okay, use by force, is force, and this should initialize to Shadcn UI for us. So I'll go over to Shadcn UI and then we can use this to add the components. So let's wait for this to. So now we've installed it. So let's add Shadcn UI. So I'm going to clear this and let me just put add here and click on enter. And this should show all of the components. Then we can pick the one we want to use. So for this project, we're going to use, I'm going to pick, so let's pick, let me say, I could open now, avatar. Yes, just press the space key and this will select it. Then we can select button, card, think, dialog. I don't think we need form, we need inputs. I think we need label, pop over, yes. Do we need progress now? Okay, you need resizable, and let's select separator or sidebar, yes, skeleton, yes, and then so nice for the toast. And I think that is all. That is all. If we need anyone, we're going to come back and add that. So I'll click on enter and this should add all of this. So I'll press on enter and this should proceed and it should add all of the dependency for us. So I'll wait for this to install. So I've installed this. I'm going to also install some other components. Right? So I'm going to paste that. And this is a dash function. This is dash function Nox, Asios, Tailwind scroll bar height, and then Convex. So these are the versions. I'm going to drag this up so we can see it. So I'm going to just install this and they should install it for us. So we're going to look at them one after the other when we are trying to use them in the project. So I'll wait for this to also install and then we can go ahead or let's just go ahead straight away to Shadcn UI and then let's because we're going to change the theme. So I'm going to click on themes and this should take us to themes. So we're going to pick on red color. I think this should be the color. So let me click on let's click, so let's just click on copy. So this has already installed already. So I'll just click on this theme, click on copy. And you can see thing which says version 4. I'll just click on version 3 and then copy everything here. Yeah, let me close my terminal. So I'll just drag this down and let me close it. So I'll go over to this place. So the theme does not have the sidebar added to the color here. So I'm just going to come down here and paste that's what I copied from there. And I'm going to go to the top, drag, expand this and scroll down and then copy the sidebar colors here. Then I'll scroll down back and go to the one the newly theme and then paste it here. Then I'll go back to copy the dark one too. And let me copy this too. Then I'll scroll down to where we have the dark for the newly pasted theme. So I'll just go scroll up and remove the old ones. So I'll remove all of this. So in this font, I'm going to remove this. I don't think I need this. Let me scroll down. I think guys, oh, so let's go over to layout and let's go over to layout and let's remove all of this. So I'll change the title here to AI job assistance. AI. Then we're going to get it from Google. So I'm going to just remove this and say, going to pick this font and there I'm going to, uh, so let me type this here. So I'm going to just paste this here. So I'm going to make use of this. Let's remove this and remove all of this from here. Then I'll put the font, the family, and put the class name, font family, and put the class name. I can just put here background white. for this. So that is, so let's run the server and let's see if this works. So I'm going to go into my page.tx, and I'm going to just put the style to confirm or let me just use the button from Shadcn UI and see it works. So from the UI components, and just put home, and let's try and run the server. So I'm going to just say npm run dev, and this should run the server in localhost 3000. So I'm going to open this here, and we should wait for it. So it's compiling, and we should be able to see the project in the browser. Okay. So let's see. Notice the button didn't show any color. Okay, I think something is missing here. So let's go into Tailwind CSS config. The content is missing here. So I'll go into Tailwind CSS, and let me copy this. Let's see. Should we copy this? So let me check inside Shadcn UI. I'm coming. Let's just scroll down back. So I think I found it. So I'll just go into the contents and then just paste it here. So basically, it's just the app page and components. And let's check this if this will display, and we can see that button is displaying red. So that is it. So let's go ahead and further structure, and work on further structure. So I'm going to clear everything here. And the first thing I'm going to do is inside the app, I'm going to create a group route or call it dashboard. I'm going to move the page inside here. Then inside here, we're going to have layout, and this layout will hold the sidebar. See X, and then we're going to have a separate folder for a single job. So I'm going to call this job, and inside job, we're going to have a folder again. We're going to call this job ID dynamic routes. So we're going to have page inside job ID. So I just say RASCE, and then I think inside here we can have separate layouts too. No, not inside the job ID, inside the job folder, we're going to have a layout. So this layout is where we'll handle the authentication protected route, so user can navigate to this page, this single job, if he are not signed in, but they can come on this dashboard page, because this is only one page. This is the home page, or you can call it the landing page. So basically that is this. So let's go ahead and so let's save this. So I'm going to just let me clear everything here. So let me scroll and make sure everything is saved. And I'm going to clear everything here. So let's collapse this. And inside the app, I'm going to open the dashboard again. And inside the layout for the job, I'm going to paste this same main layout and the children. Then inside this layout, this is a dashboard layout. I'm going to also place some changes to dashboard. So let me change it to dashboard. And then inside here, we can start creating the sidebar. So I'm going to just remove this, and then let's paste this here. So I'm going to say sidebar from Shadcn UI, sidebar provider. You can just go over to Shadcn UI and look for the sidebar here. Just click on components, then go scroll down to where we have the sidebar. So click here. And if you scroll down, you can see the sidebar here. and you can look at how it's been implemented here. So basically, let's just go ahead and move on with this. So I'm going to say sidebar from Shadcn UI, not sidebar provider first, because this wrap the entire app. Then inside the sidebar, we're going to have a class name because we want to set the height and width. So I'm going to set the height for this. I'm going to give it a minimum height. Let's put it like this. And the width, I can just give it 100 VW. And then the height, I'll just say 100 dvh, 100 vh. So let me bring this down. So inside the sidebar, we're going to also have a style. I want to also style the sidebar. So I'm going to say, I'm going to give this class, I'm going to say sidebar width. I'll say 280 pixel. Sidebar width. Okay, it's supposed to sidebar width. Why is it showing error? So let me see. Okay, yeah, we need to set this to as React the CSS property, and this should stop the error. Then inside here, we're going to have our two components. One, the main content, and this will just have a class width full and flex one. So this will hold the children. While we're going to have a component which we're going to call the app sidebar, and we're going to create this component. So we are done with the dashboard. Once we create this component, you'll be able to display. So I'm going to remove this import here. And let's go over here and let's create the components inside here. So I'm going to say underscore components, and let's just paste the side app sidebar.txx and use your RASCE and save this. And let's go into the layout and import this. So now we're going to create the sidebar here. So let's just close this. So let's just clear this out and let me put the fragments here. And I'm going to say sidebar from let's say React. And we're going to give this sidebar a class name. So let me close this. We're going to give it a background color of RGBA, RGB, then view 333333. And let's just give it padding or px of 2. And inside here, we're going to say the sidebar header. So make sure to import that from UI components. So I'm going to give this a class name too. And this will have flexful, widthful, item center, and justify between. So let me just drag this down here. Justify between. Then we're going to give it a margin of 4 pixel and then 0 pixel and also 0 pixel. And let's check this out. So I'm going to reload this. Let's see. Okay, it's not going to show because this is a mobile view. Let me try and zoom this out. We can see the sidebar, but why is it not showing the background? So let's check this again. Let me go into my layout. I see sidebar with 280. So let me just complete this. I really don't know why it's showing like that. So let's just put the header first. So let me just write the title and see if this will reflect. It's supposed to have reflect. So I found the issue for based on this color that is not displaying here. I think it's the sidebar is overriding my own color. So I'm going to just go into global.css and I'm going to scroll up here and then paste this here. And let's see should show the color here. We can see that the color now is displaying properly. So also we need to also add the font here. So I'm going to just use the font here, and this font is simply the same font inside the layout. You can see it here. So let's go over to the app layer app sidebar and let's complete this sidebar. So I'm going to close this and let's put the sidebar header. So I'm going to just say link and make sure to import link from next link which I already imported here. So I'm going to just say this should be two and not two, sorry, ref slash yeah. Then we're going to give this a class text white, and then we can give it a class again, font size text extra large. Then let's say job, and let's say sorry. Then let's give this a code and just give it class name text primary and just say assistant dot AI. Yeah. And we should be able to see that now. So, so we can see that it has shown you. So what we're going to do, we're going to also show a trigger to close and open the sidebar. So I'm going to just get the trigger here. I'm going to say trigger, sidebar trigger. Yeah, sidebar trigger. So make sure to import that and then just give this a class. So let me just make this self-closing because we're not passing anything inside. So I'll just say class name. I'll say text white uh parent 0 and then I'm going to say BG gray 800 and let's see this should be inside the header and let's see it should show here. So now we can see the sidebar here. So but I want to change the icon of the sidebar. So I'm going to go into the sidebar trigger and let's go down to where we have the panel left. So I'm going to just replace this panel left close. So I'm going to just import this and change the stroke to 1 and then close this. And let's continue this. So for the sidebar content, we're going to just say sidebar content. So yeah, we're going to have a button that user click to add a new job. So I'm going to just say link here, and they should link to the home page. And then we're going to have a button. So import that from Shanty UI. Then we have just a span job here, and we can have an icon plus icon from Lucy React. Then class name width for height 4. Then we're going to have a class. There's a width for BG background transparency, or we can also just put variant here and set it to ghost. But let me just leave it with background transparent. Then we're going to have our border. I'll give this an RGBA let's say 255, so it's white 255, 255, then points 2. Then let's give it empty tray with height of 10, rounded large, and then font medium. Yeah, let's say text small. And then on hover, we are going to have BG gray 700. Then we can just give it a transition color. Or let me just change this to outline instead of ghost. So we have done that. Let's check this out. So we can see this, but the text is not showing. So let's see, why is the text not showing? Okay, we didn't give it a text color, so I'll just say text white. And also let's just say border here. But we can just leave the border since outline is adding a border for us. So we are done with that. So yeah, I'm going to just say new job, not job. And that is it. So let's look at it. And yeah, it's okay. It's okay now. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create a component that is going to display all the jobs we've created. So I'm going to just use a group here. So yeah, I'm going to just say let's close. Let's also wrap this inside. Like let's create. So let's just call this sidebar group. So I want to put everything inside the sidebar group. Then we can have should we do that? So I might leave this from a sidebar group, but let's also add overlay here, overflow hidden, and here we're going to create the job list. So I'll call it job list. Then after your job list, we're going to create the sign-in prompt here. Sign-in prompts that shows here. So so I'm going to just let's create a component here. So I'm going to just call this job sidebar list. And let's save this. So let's just go into our components and let's just create it here. So we can also put this inside a common folder. So let me just put it as, let me just call this job sidebar list .txx. Or let me just remove it and just move it inside the component because we're going to use for the endpoint inside this comma. We can put a sign up prompt inside here if we want. So I'm just going to just say RASCE and save that. Let's go into the app sidebar and let's import this. So let me just import this. So this will be hidden if the user ID, if added Clerk and the user ID does not exist, we're going to hide this. So I'm just going to go into the sidebar list and then let's create a UI. Then you can see the name is already showing here. So then inside here, we're going to just let's say sidebar group. We're going to use sidebar group for this, and we're going to add our sidebar uh, sidebar group label. So for the label, we're going to just say job lists, or you can call it anything to define that particular section. So I'm going to just say class name, and I'll give everything here to text. The label, I mean, to text white, 80 opacity, empty 0. That is margin top. Then we're going to also have our sidebar menu. And sidebar menu is going to be the list of so I'm going to give it a minimum height, sorry, class name first. And let's give it a minimum height of 350 pixel. And then we're going to, so let's also have maximum height. We give it a maximum height of 350. So we're going to make it scrollable. So I'm going to just overflow overflow Y photo and pivot to, let me just name this also scroll by here. So we can later add style for the scroll by here. So then we can also have the item, sidebar menu item. And for this item, we're going to have the sidebar button here. So sidebar menu button. You can see sidebar menu button here. So yeah, we're going to have a class name. And in this class name, we're going to just use cn here. So let's just import that from YouTube. And then we're going to just have background color transparent. We set that to important. Then we can also have our text color white. Then hover. This is going to be BG7 grade 700 grade 700. Then we're going to also have a transition color transition. Let's say it's to color. Then we're going to also this is when we're going to use to identify the ones that are the job that are selected. So I'm going to use the let's import. I'm going to set this to client first before I do that. So I'm going to get the use part name. So I'm using say part name is equals to use part name. So let's import this. So let me import this part name here. Import that from next navigation. Then we're going to just add comma here. I think it should be here, yes. Then we're going to say if part name is equals to the actual part, but we've not gotten the part, so I'm just going to just do if part name is equals to this. I'll just say BG gray 700. And later on we're going to identify the part name here or the URL. Then we can also set this to as child. Then we can use the link instead. So this way navigate the user to the single job page which we're going to work on. So let's just add a class name here too. You can just say text white. So I'm going to give this an icon of from let's say React. I'm going to give this a message icon, message square, text icon, and let's give it a class of width for, height for, and that is it. So let me close the tag, and then we're going to give this a span, and let's say let's give it software uh, software developer or software engineer. Let me just leave it as software developer like this, and then we should check this. Check this out. You can see the job list, and this is going to be the list. So let's go ahead and work on the sign in prompt here. So I'll just go over to this and let me just create that sign in txx RAAFCE. So yeah, we're going to copy this and just go into the sidebar. And there, this is where it's going to be. So I'm going to just paste it here and let's import this. This will only show when the user is not logging. So I'm going to just save this. So error should stop here. And we can see the sign in prompt here. So let's go over to the sign in prompt and let's work on that. So I'll go into my sign in prompt and let's start. So I'll just start with sign in group, sidebar group, sorry. So just a sidebar group here. So let me import that, import this. Let me move the rear to the top. And then let's have a div with the class name of widthful. Let's give it a height of 50 VH. And let's give flex column. Then we can give it item center and justify center. We can say string 0. Then let's also give this an image. So we're going to get image from next image. And I'm going to just say SOC. I'm going to get the image and just give it alt, give it a width of 212, height of 102, then class name of maximum width 90%. So here we're going to also have a span, and this can just say sign in for free. Sign in for free. Let's just sign in for free. We can also just to save your job history. Or something like this. So let's just give it a class name. I'll say text. I'll do RGBA 255 Then we're going to give it opacity. Let's give this a maximum width of 180 pixel. Let me break this down. Then I'm going to give this a minus padding 2, margin 2, text small, font medium, MX auto, and text center. So the last thing we're going to do here is the button. Functionality UI, this will just be sign in. The only thing I'll give here is only class name. So to give it space, I'm going to say margin top 6. And let's save that and we can see that. Yeah. So let's get the image. Yeah, so I'm just going to bring the image inside my public folder. So I'm just going to close this. And inside here, I'm going to just create a file, say images. Going to drag it inside here. So I can move it inside the images. So let me just move it inside the SVG files here. I'll just put it inside the public like this. So sign in prompts SVG. So I'll just go into you can see how the UI is the image is or the SVG file. So I'm just going to just come here and just say slash sign in prompt dot svg, and now it should show the svg file svg image here. So it should display. Why is not displaying? So let me check again. Sign in Okay, I forgot to put something here. Sign in prompts SVG. Yeah, so this is it. So I think, why did this scroll on? Okay, let's just leave it there. Let's go into the app sidebar and let's add the footer here. So I'm just going to say sidebar footer. I think you should push this up. Okay. So let's just work on the sidebar footer here. So I'm going to create a component where I will just pass in the required information inside the sidebar, and then it should display on the sidebar here. So I'll just create a component. I'll call it sidebar footer content. Then I'm going to just create that here. Let me just create that sidebar footer content.cxx. I'll do RASCE. And then let's just create a component. Let's go into app sidebar and let's import this. So this is going to show the username and also place where the user will be able to log out. So to create a component for all, I'm going to say, okay, it's signed in. I'm going to put some props here. It's signed in. Then let me just put this to false. So this is just determine if the user is signed in or not. Then I'm going to say it's loaded. So it's loaded is from the user Clerk Authentication here. So if the user is logging or they're trying to user tries to log in and it's loading, it should just, instead of showing a blank username, it's going to just show the loader there until when it is loaded. Then we're going to get the pass the username. So I'll just give this a username tech with email for now. Then we're going to also give it email address. So we're going to also give it a user initials. This is going to be user, we just say let's just give it like T. Then we have some other stuff like loading credits. This is going to just show if it's loading. Then we have the on upgrade. This will be the function the user will click to show the upgrade pop-up. So for now, I just say this to console. Sorry. So let's just say this to console log. And then the last one is this on sign out. Let's also put this console.log. And then we've passed the prop we're going to pass. I'm just going to set this to true. And then let's go ahead and get these props inside the component. So I'm just going to my sidebar footer. So inside the components, I'm going to just let's work on the interface. I'm just going to set the interface here, sign in loaded, username, user initials and stuff. And then we're just going to just get that. So I'm just going to open this here. And I'm going to set this to sidebar content props. So we're just say it's signed in, it's loaded, username and email address, user initial, credits, loaded credits, signed out, and the last one is upgrade. So inside here, we're going to first of all check if this is loaded. If it's not loaded, then we are going to show a loader. So I'm just going to say constant. Sorry, not constant. If not is loaded, then let's just return. a loader here. So I'm going to import the loader from Shanty UI. I mean from Lucy UI, sorry, Lucy UI. And this is just the size, spin, and text white. Then let's just let me remove this. And let's say class name flex flex column and gap 3. And we can say is signed in. Then we're going to show our component here. So let's make sure this is set to true. I forgot to add credits here. Let's just set this to 10 here. So let's make sure to set this to true here. So we can see this. So let's just have our div. I'll scroll up then. So let's add a class name here. So I'm going to say class name and I'm going to just say background variant to rise from purple 600 and then primary rounded left. So this is going to be uh the upgrade UI for when the user sees the credits balance and also a button to click to upgrade. Yeah. So if this is the put the title here. So let's say H3 here. Not the title, I mean the credit balance here. So I'm going to just say class and say text white font semi bold text small and a MB1. Then we're going to say if loading credits, then we're going to show the loader here. Then else we're going to just show you're going to say credit balance is going to be credits. Can you say to fix 201? Let's just put 1 like this. Then we can have a p tag below this. This can just be a class name of text white with opacity of 80, 0.8, and then text extra small MB2. So yeah, we can just give it anything, unlock premium features. Um, let's just leave it like this. Then I'm going to add the button. So this is a button that actual that will show the trigger the pop-up or the dialog. So I'm going to say type button, and then we have our on click here to on upgrade. It should be on. It's supposed to. It should be on buy credit or something like that. But I'll just leave it like this. Then we can have class name to width full, background color white, text primary, s- text primary, then font semi bold, then hover PG white 90, then text small for the font. Then we can just add an icon here. We can say Sparks from Lucy React and then buy credits. And then that is so if you look at it now, we should see this. I don't know why it is taking this. So let me just go ahead and look at the app and this sidebar prompts. So let me look at it saying sidebar footer button. So let me just reload this. Okay, so let me just convert this to use clients. Let's see if this will fix it. So while this is there, let me just go straight to this uh job list and see why it is taking the whole space. Maximum height 350, valley. So I'll find why this is pushing this down. So I'll just go into my app server and I'll look for why it is doing like this. So let me also wrap this into a sidebar group. So let me also change this to component too. Sorry, use clients. Let me reload this. Okay, yeah, it has stopped. So let me look at why this is taking so much space. Job site list. Okay, I think I need to add sidebar group content. Then show. So let me look at the sign prompt here. Okay, I think this is a problem. So let me change this to 20. Yeah, we've seen the problem. 0. Yeah, so I think that is the problem. So it was the height I added here. So let's go back to the footer. We've done the credit, so let's also add the last part of it, which is the avatar side and the popover. So let's just come down here. Let me save this. Then come down here and let's say it's signed in. If it's signed in, then we're going to show the popover. So I'm just going to say pop over from Shanty UI, not Redix UI, Shanty UI, the component UI. Then we're going to have the pop over trigger from UI pop over trigger. Then let's just set it to a stride. And let's just have our div here. Change to roll button. And let's give this a class name. So yeah. So let's give this a class. So I'm just going to say flex item center gap 3 padding to under large background color and and transition colors. Then inside it we're going to use the avatar. So I'm going to say avatar from components UI and let's just give this a class name of height 8 width 8 and then we're going to have avatar fallback from UI avatar. So let's close this. And then inside here, we're going to just give this a class name first. And the class name, we're going to say background gray 800 border and give it a text color of primary foreground. Then inside it, avatar fallback, we're going to set the user initials here. Initial. Then we're going to have below this, we're going to say div. And the div, we're going to have class flex one. And inside it, we're going to have a p tag that shows the first one, which is the class name. It's a text, white, and font medium. Then we're going to set this to username. Then I can duplicate this and just set this to text. I remove the font medium and set this to text extra small and change this to email. Email address, so I set this to muted foreground. And this should show the avatar here. You can see the avatar here. So we've not show the popover contents here. So I'll just move this Next.js to the right. So let me see, I think setting, position to the right. Yeah. So we can see this here. So let's do the popover content here. So I'm just going to say popover contents, and inside here we'll have the class name with with 64 padding left and right, or padding X4, padding top 5, padding bottom 2, with the color X white and border with 600. So we're going to also set here side to top, and also align end. Then inside the popover content, we're going to have a div, and this div will have a class name space y2. Here we're going to have h4, class name, font semi bold, leading, inline height none, text small, and then padding left 1. Padding left 1. Then we can give it a padding bottom 1. And let's just call this account. I can give it any name here. Then I'm just going to have the button that actually user will use to log out. So I'm going to set this variant to ghost. And then we're going to have a class name with full, justifies, starts, and text small, then padding left 1, and also rank 0. Then we can put the logouts icon here. And let's say, then let's put a class name width 4, height 4, and save that. And we're going to have a text here called a sign out. And I think that is it. So let me revert this back. I think we are done with the sidebar. So I think let me try and check this, refresh. This is not showing. It should be showing the sidebar. I mean the sign out here. It's not showing. Uh, Let me try and reload this again. And let's check it. Okay, yeah, we can see the sign out here. So let's go ahead and then work on the main content. So I'm going to close all of this. So let me just go open there and just close all of this. Collapse everything, and let's open app. Then inside dashboard, you can see that we have inside the layout, we had main, which we're passing the children in the layout. So for the page here is where we're going to implement the home page. So I'm going to just close this and let's work on this. So for the home page, I'm going to make this client. Then I'm going to remove this image, and inside I'll remove this button. Don't need that. So here I'm going to have a class name I'll say width full relative flex one minimum height screen flex. So just set this to flex, and then we're going to have flex column item center. Then we're going to give this background gradients. I'll say gradients to R, okay, to BR. Then we're going to say our form purple 500, give opacity of 50 or 5. Then to primary, I'll give opacity of 5. Then I'll give this a px of 4. On smaller screen, we should have PR6. Then on large screen, we have px8. So this should be px, not PR. So that's it. So here I'm going to open a div. I'm going to say div here. And this div should be class absolute. And then we should have left S5, top 5. So this will hold a sidebar. So I'm going to just get the trigger, sidebar trigger. So I'm going to just say constant. First of all, get a use sidebar hook. So inside the use sidebar hook, I want to get the to know when the sidebar is open, and also uh when it's a mobile view. I'll say it's mobile. Then here I'll say if not open, or it's mobile. Then I want to show a sidebar trigger. So let me just wrap this here. So now if I try and close this now, you can see this I can click here and it opens. So basically that is what it's for. And then we're going to just have a div here. And inside this div, I'm going to say class name space y3 width full maximum width 7xl mx auto. I'll save that. Then inside here, we're going to have the app highlights components. So we're going to just, let's just keep this one for now. And let's just create a div first. And say class text center. And here we're going to have a high h1 here. And this h1 will have a class name text 4xl. On small screen text 5xl, while large screen we have text 6xl. Then we are going to have font bold. Then we have gradients, BG gradients to R or from primary. Okay, from primary say to purple and purple 600 BG clip and text. Then we have text color. We're going to give this a color of 07, I think 0D 1B. Yeah. Then we have tracking. It's going to be minus 0.8 pixel. Then inside here, we're going to give it the content, which is we're going to call AI job insights. And then we're going to have a span, and this span will hold the it's going to give we're going to add a background to this. So we're going to say class name, we're going to set this to relative. and inline block, padding left 3, small, padding left 5. So we're going to have a div here, and let's say this div will be absolute, and right -2. We're going to have top 0 with let's give it 160 pixel, and then on medium screen we can say the weight will be 22 to 20 pixel. Then large view we're going to have width of 270 pixel. Then we have height 10. Small screen we have height 14, and we are going to also have large screen height 16. Then BG primary rotate to a rounded large, and Z 10. So inside here we're going to have a span here, and let's call this assistance. I will give it a class here of a relative. Or let me just remove the relative. If it's text white, yeah, something like this. So if we look at this now, we can see, let me close this. We can see AI job inside assistance. Let me zoom out. Zoom in. I think it's not positioned properly. So let's say let's leave it like this. So yeah, I'm going to add like a div with spacing here. Let me give it a top spacing here. So I just give it a margin top of 5. And let's see. And this one, you should give it width. I think I omitted something here. Yeah, I think I omitted something here. 2270 pixel on top right, height 14. Yeah. Let's give it a fit. Let's see. Okay, this is not large screen. Let's try this. I think this is for smaller screen. Yeah, we can see that it's work here. Let's just give it a weight of 160 for small screen like this. And I think tracking. Oh, should we give it a margin here? Let me imagine top one for small screen. Margin top 3. Smaller screen. Margin top 0. Or for medium. Why is it coming out back? Okay, I think it's not from the margin top, it's the top. So let's give this so I think I found a mistake. So I'm going to let me set it back to like 160 first, and let's move this div up and remove this div. And let's self close this div. This should be the background. Why this will be on top of it. So let's check it out now. Okay. And then we can put Z in the Z10. And we can see that it's a set. Also, if I inspect and I make it some mobile view, you can see that it stays properly. But I think that is for uh, medium. So let me try medium view. It stays properly. Let me try large view. Uh, it stays well. I don't know why it's not saying like this. So let me try and then fit. Let's see. So I think it didn't work here. Okay. Let me see small. We have width 180 pixel. Okay, let's move up. So I'm trying to reduce the size. So let me just reduce the size here for okay, since it's too small. So I'm going to change this to MD and I'm going to change the text here to text 2.5 because this is 3 R and service I'll change to 2.5. Then I'm going to change this to the width here to like 180. Yeah. And and let's see. So it fits well. So that's it. Then let's continue. So we're going to create the bottom side of it. After the H1, we're going to have a P tag, and then this P tag we're going to have a class name of text base. Then on small screen we have text large, text gray, which is the color. We're going to give it 600, and let's give it a margin top of 3, small screen margin top of 4, maximum width to Excel and MX Auto. So inside here, we're going to have a text code trying millions of. I'm going to just put it so to give it space. So I'm going to say span, and this should just have a class of relative and inline block. Then we have another span. We can just have class name text. We're going to give it an orange color. We call it FB 923C. And then we're going to just say job seekers and professionals. Then we're going to have an SVG below here. So I'm going to paste the SVG. So I'll paste the SVG here. So I'll save this, and then below this SVG, we're going to have we're going to do this to break this. So I'm going to say to instantly I will say BR to break this. Say class name hidden on small screen. Say from small screen. Say block pets job insights. Insights and prepare for interview with AI powered tools. So basically, we are done with it. So now we are going to work on the form where the user puts in the title and also the description. So here we're going to call this job info form And let's just create that immediately inside this component here. CXX, I'll say RACE. So let's save that and let's close this and let's import this. So now if we check our UI, we can see we've added this here. So let's just create as form, input form. So I'm going to just go into, and see it here. So I'm going to go into my job info. So for the test area, we're not going to be using Shanty. We're not going to be using the default Shanty UI text area. We want an auto resize text area. So we can get that. So I'm going to just search on Google. I'll say Shanty UI auto size, auto resize text area. And once you click on it, you can see this. So just click on this link, and this should take us to where they already given us the code, the implementation for the auto size. So just go into my components, then go into UI, then let's create a file. I'll say auto size text area TXX. So expand, and then let's copy this. So copy. Okay, this is demo. So let's copy the code. So I'll copy the code and I'll paste it here and save that. So we're going to do some modification. So I'll scroll up, and at the top here where we have this, I'm going to add let's add it here on key down. So this is going to be used when user click. I want to use it when user click on enter, you just send the content to the backend. So it's going to trigger out this the submit function. So I'm going to scroll down here. From the layer, I'm going to just say okay down, and we're going to just say equals to. So let's just say let's get the event. I'll say if e dot key, sorry, key is equals to enter, and e dot shift, and there's it's not e dot shift here. E dot prevents defaults. Then we're going to say okay down, and we're going to pass in the key, the events. Then we're going to say else. I don't think we will need any other else like that. Well, that's just pass it in. So that's it. So I'm just going to close this, and then we can make use of it in this component. So for this component, we are going to create a div here. So I'm just going to remove this, and let's have a class name. And inside here, we're going to say pt3, mb3, z10, then mx auto. We're going to have width full, uh, maximum width to Excel. Then save that. Then we're going to have a div, a class name, rec flex column, border. We're going to give border of 0.5 pixel. We're going to say border sync 300 mf2 mdmx 0 item stretch, and yeah, we're going to add transition all, duration 200, relative shadow medium, over. We're going to say border 200, think border 200. Let me just leave it like this. I think we don't need this. I say rounded to Excel. Then we're going to have BG white. So this will be div that will wrap this and the auto size text area. So I'm going to say color name flex column gap 3.5, then margin to 3.5. Then let's just close this, save this. So we're going to import the text area, the let's say auto size text area. And let me just import state here. I'll say job description. Then I'm going to just say use clients here. Then let's import state from React and just move this up here. So yeah, we're going to also have a ref here. So let's just, so at the top here, we're going to just implement that. So just say ref, then import use ref from React, then import auto size text area ref from the auto size text area components. And then here we're going to just say ref. So ref is going to be text area ref. And we can give it a row of 3, maximum height of 180, minimum height of 100, then value, job description, on change, or change, we can call this handle change. Let's just create the function here. So yeah, we're going to also have disabled. Let's just remove disabled. Then here for the on key down, we're going to set a. Then if we can say if a dot key is equals to enter, and a dot shift key. And there's no even point of hitting this, but I'm just going to pass it anyway. We've already implemented it inside the component. So I'll just say this will just trigger the submit, handle submit, let's say the handle submit here. They should, just trigger the handle submits. And then we can just use the SRF to focus the text. I just say dot current dot text area dot focus. So I think that is it. So let's just have a place folder here. I just say paste job title and then description. Then we have class name, with size none, layout 12, text space border 0, fonts normal, we say shadow none, ring 0, focus visible, the ring offset 0, then focus again, focus visible, ring 0. I don't think we will need to add this here. We can remove it. So we can focus the input on maybe once the user lands on this page, or we can just keep that. Then we can say, let's just come down here, and we're going to have the div. So I'm going to say, the button, flex with O item center, justify and bx5. and py2. Then here we're going to have button, and this we just use the send icon. Yeah, so that is it. Then we can add let's set this into size to icon. And here we'll have disable to job description dot trim, and then we can have the on click to handle submits. So for the on chain, we can just we can get, I think we can pass the, okay, we're passing the E for the on chain. So we're just going to get the events and also set the stuff. So I'm just going to say set description. Then let's get the events. Let me just get the events here. Then we're going to say events dot target and dot value. So let me just get the types here and save that. So we have done that. Let me go back to, let's go ahead and preview this page, and you can see that we already have this here. So the user can type and this will be enabled. So we have completed the sidebar. I think page is also going down here. So we've completed the sidebar and also the content. So let's go ahead and work on the authentication. So let's go ahead and set up our authentication. So we're going to be using Clerk for this project. So just come over to your browser and go to clerk.com. I've added the link here. The link will be in the description. And for those that can't access it, I'll add it to the GitHub repo in a help folder. So once you're here, just sign up. I already sign up, so you can see dashboard showing here. So I'm going to go into my dashboard, and this is going to take me to my page where I will create a new app. So I'll wait for this to navigate to the dashboard. So already navigate me to this dashboard. So I have an app here. So I'm going to create a new application. Let me click on that, and this should take me to where select a new app, or put in a new application and app name. So it has navigated me there to app name, and so now it has navigated to the new page. So I'm going to make sure to just check email and Google. You can select any one of your choice here. So I'll give it a name. Let me just give it AI job assistance. Assistance because I already have job AI already. So I don't want to have two different same name. So I'm going to click on create application, and this should create the application for us. Let's wait for it to create. And now you can see it has created the app for us and redirected us to this page. So we just select Next.js, and we can scroll and see how to install it. So let's just copy the Clerk Next.js here. I will just open my terminal and let me just cancel this, and let me clear this. And let's just paste this and install. And then we need to get this into our EMB. So I'm going to copy this, and then let me just open this. We should have, let me just create .env.local. And let me just paste this here. You can see a class secrets and the publishable key. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create the middleware.txt. So I'm going to just scroll over, and let me just close this, collapse everything here. And inside the root directory, I'm going to create the middleware.txt. and just copy everything here and paste it inside here and save. So this once it's installed, the error will stop. So the next thing we're going to do is to wrap. We're using app router, so we're going to wrap our app with Clerk provider. So we can get that from this. Let's just copy from here. Then going to leave folder, not leave app folder. Going to the main layout, and let me just close this. There I'm just going to import this here. So what I want to really import is only the Clerk provider here. So I'm just going to copy this, and then they said it should wrap the app like this. So let's just wrap this here, and I'm just going to move this up. And then here we're going to also we're going to also bring the toaster here. So let's import toaster from Chant UI. Uh, so so we are done with that. Let's confirm this. The stop has installed completely. So now we can just run npm run dev, and then we are done. So yeah. So to go to the doc, we are going to just click here and click on documentation, and this should take us to Clerk documentation here. So this is already loading. So now the next thing we're going to do, let's just go ahead and implement it here. So I'm going to create a component because I want to show this in a model. So I'm going to create a component and also a hook. So the first thing I'm going to do, let's create the hook first. So the hook is going to help us to show the dialogue in any area we want it to show. So we're going to be using Nox. Remember, we installed Nox in the package. You're just saying if you scroll down, you can see we installed Nox. So if I go to Google and I search for Nox here, we can see that this is the type of search bar state management for React. So if you click on it, we can see how to use it. So click on documentation, and if I scroll, okay, if open, you can see to install it. Then you can click on Next.js, and let's wait for it to just open. Then for the Next.js, we are going to so let's okay, you see how to use it here. So let's go into our layout, and I'm going to just wrap the app here with it. I mean the children here with it. So let's just import this. Yeah. And also, if you know that since it's use Nox use search bar when deploying it to Vercel, we're going to have to wrap this with suspense. So we're going to do that before we deploy. So I'll just save it and let's just go ahead and create components. So let's see how this work. So I'll just scroll down. Let me just go back. And if you look at the example here, not in the installation, you can see how to use Nox here. You can see just like states, and you just set uh, the name of the states, and then you can use it here on any button or anywhere, and it will show up in the URL like this. So let's go ahead and do that. So I just go into my hook and let's just create a use sign in hook. So I'll just create a component here. I'll just say, let's call it use signing model .cx. So cx is okay. So I'm just going to paste it here. So basically, let me close this. So this is similar to what we already have here in Nox. You can see that we're using the use query state, and I'm setting is open. Then I'm giving it name and boolean. So this is using integer here, but I'm using boolean because that's what we're going to use. And we have the open and then close. So I'll save this, and then I'm going to go ahead and create the component. So inside here, I'm going to create the components for the sign in. So I'm going to say sign in, sign in model .txx. So say RASCE. So I'm just going to say change this to capital letter here. I. Then we're going to use dialog. So let me just say dialog from UI. And then we can just let's import say constant. Oh, sorry, constant is equals to use sign in model, and then we can get this open. Let's say it's open and close. Then we can pass it here. So open is equals to is open. Then open and open change is equals to on close. Oh, sorry, close. Let's say dialog content from UI dialog, and here we can just have a class name. So we're going to try to make this the dialog not to be visible. We're going to make it transparent. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to say small max width width. Then we have px padding x0. Then we have bg transparent border 0 shadow shadow none. Then we have the title dialog title. Then we just have a class name here. So I just make this thing just only here so that it's not going to be visible. So if we don't put this chance UI is component will complain. I'm going to use sign in from Clerk in Clerk, yeah, Clerk NextJs. And we're going to also have, so let me just close it like this. And then we can have a fallback URL. So I want to make this I want to pass in the localhost 3000 and the sign it, so it shows the pop-up when it redirects us back. So I'm just going to go back to my env and let's just add it here. So I'm just going to close this and come down here and pass it here. So I'm just going to say http localhost 3000. So I'll copy this and I'll go back to my sign in model and I'll just get it here. So constant fallback URL is equals to process dot env dot get this. So I'm going to just say fallback URL. So I'm going to just paste this. I'll say sign in. So just going to the use model and then just copy this. And I'll set this to true. So now if we try to go back, this is going to give us some error. Let's try and go back to our website and if okay, I've now let's copy this and let's go back to layout. So go into our dashboard layout here, go into layouts, and let me just come here and let's import this. And this should give us some error here because we're not going to be using Clerk sign in as as a separate page, which normally is being used like that, but we want to use it in our home page here instead of allowing it to be used have a separate page on its own. So let's go over to the doc and look at it. So let me do it. Let's just try and reload this and see if it's building. So it's compiling and let's wait for this to complete. So it will throw an error. It's unusual. So yes, webpack type error. Okay, let me look at UI field. Let's go into our layout. We imported it here. Then a field is not a function. So the main thing is to just go over to the use signing model and add use clients here. And also here we need to add use clients here. I think this should fix the error from the Nox. So let me try and reload this and let's see. And there it does fix the error. So we've now been able to see the error from Clerk. So let's go ahead and then add the signing model to this button. So once we click, it just shows this. So I'll just copy this and just go into my components here, and let's go into sign in prompts here. And I'm going to just set this to use clients. And then let's paste it here. So I'm just going to let's import this first. And we're going to just get open. So I'm going to copy this and let's go into the button and let's say on click and just paste it here. So let's try and click on it and see. So I'm going to click on it first. And we should see that it's showing here. So but we can see an error issue here. It's telling us that we need to set a catch all route. So if we see more, you can see that it says we need to have a protected route and also a catch all route. So since we don't want to create a separate page, you can go over to Clerk middleware catch route matcher. So since we're not going to create a separate page for it, so I can go back to my sign-in model and just change this here. I think I'll change the routing to hash. And if I set it to hash, this error should stop. And you can see the error has stopped. So now if I try and click on it again, we can see that the error didn't show. So now we are going to then we're going to now use Clerk. Since we've added Clerk, we're going to go ahead and check if the user is not authenticated. We're going to show the sign-in. If the user is not authenticated, there's no point showing this text this user name. And I'm going to actually show the actual username that sign in. So let's go into our apps. I'm going to clear all of this. And let me go into the app sidebar. And here I'm going to actually get I'm going to get the user. I'll say from use user. And we can get the user here. And also the is loaded. We can also get a signed in here too. And then we can also get the sign outs from the use auth from Clerk Next. So I just say sign out. So let's also just say if user ID is null, you just say or no. So I'm just going to go down to where we have so yeah, I don't want to show the job sidebar if the user is not signed in. So I can just say if user ID Yeah, we're going to show the job sidebar because we're actually going to be passing the user ID inside the job sidebar list. So for the sign in prompt, I'm going to just say if not signed in, and it's loaded, then we can fill the sign in prompt and no, or else no. Then now we can just pass in the sign in here, or we can just say false because this is undefined. Then here we can say it's loaded. Then for the username, we're going to just change this to user dot full name. And because it's undefined, I can just put something like this, or you can just set it to empty string like that. But I'm just going to just do this to remove the TypeScript error. Then for the email too, you can say user dot primary emails dot email address. Then for the initials, I'll just say user your first name. Let us get the character index 0, and we can just set this to 0. Sorry, to empty string. And here should be the credits, and here should be excluding. So, but we don't have this one yet. And for the sign outs, we can just do that. Just sign out. We can say sign out, and we set the redirect URL to slash. We can also use the process the next the one we added in the EFE, but we can leave it like this. So for the upgrade, we're going to come back for this. But for now, if we look at our page and then let me click on this, you can see the sidebar is moving up. So let me just go and fix this uh sign in prompts. Yeah, let's change this to let's put it to 50 back, and it should bring it down. Yeah. So I think inside the app, this should also have a class name. I think it should have a class name. Or let me just add the content itself. Sidebar group content. So it just stays inside the content. Now we can see it like this. So let's just go ahead and test our sign in. So I'm going to click on sign in here, and I'm going to click on Google, and this should take me to Google, and you can see the URL sign in through is added to the URL. So it's going to take me to Google, and then I'm going to select an account. And once I select an account, I'll be brought back from Google to the website. And I'm going to click on continue, or select continue. And you can see it's loading here, and once once it signed me in, then I'll be able to see the username and the email. So I'm going to just click on verify woman, and then this should complete. And you can see, so I'm just going to close this. And if I click on here, and you can see my name is showing here, and the sign in is not showing here. Then if I click here, and I'll be signed out, and this should show. Why didn't it show? Let's check if we pass in the sign out here inside the sidebar. Sign out is here. So go into sidebar content. Oh yeah, we didn't set the sidebar here. So let's say on click I think it's on sign out, yes. So save that, and let's click on sign out again, and this should sign us out. and then we can see that. So that is it for the authentication. And the last thing we're going to add is the protected route for the signing. So let's not forget about that. So I'll just go into my job layout here, and no, if I go into here, we have page here. Let's say job page here, and inside the layout, I don't want anyone to access here if they're not signed in. So we're going to use Clerk here. So I'm just going to import a current user from Clerk because this is server side. So then I'm going to redirect if not user. So say not user, then return redirect from next navigation. I just say slash. And now if I try to uh, go to route, so just say slash job, I'll just put in any ID here. And since I'm not signing, it should bring me back to this page. So it's still loading, and you can see I'm brought back to local 3000. So that is it. So let's go ahead and work on our backend. We're going to be using Convex. So let's go ahead and work. So we'll be using Convex for our backend. So just go over to convex.dev and it should be on this page. So to start, here with Convex, so Convex is a real-time backend platform that actually runs the code in real time. Yeah. So you can just scroll down and see more about Convex and see how it's being used. So, but the first thing we're going to do is to sign up. So I already sign in. I just go back to if I say okay, you can log in. Click on login to log in here, and mostly you use your GitHub to log in. So I've already logged in. So I just come into my project here to my dashboard. So once you reach here, you will have no project. So just click on create new project. So I'm just going to say job assistance, uh job assistance AI project. So just keep it like this, and I'll just put YT here. So click on create, and this should create a new project for me and take me into the project. So that's redirected me to that project. Let's wait for it to load, and once it load completely, so and now you can see that. So if you look at the project we've created, the job assistant AI tool, if you look here, we have data, we have health. So this is just to keep track of your health for your backend here. So if you come down here, we have functions. So these are the functions you will create, like the mutation functions and query, which we are going to look at, and all the features will be deployed here. Then we have files, so you can use Convex to upload files. We can upload files here, so have storage. Then we have schedule. We're going to also use schedule to run like a cron job here. We can have schedule function and also a cron job, so there's two separate things here. So we have log and we have settings. So using Convex, you will need to set your env right inside a Convex dashboard if you are implementing anything inside the Convex. So you can click here to go to add your environment variable. We're going to do that in this project. Then once you're done with development dev, you can click here to create a production deployment. So now let's go ahead and see how to install self this. So just click here, and I think you just click on documentation, and this should take us to documentation here. And once you land on the documentation, then you'll be able to start. So I'm just going to click here. Oh no, let me just scroll down. You can see Next.js. So I'll click on Next.js here. And once I click on Next.js, so it shows how to use it. So I'll click on npm create Convex. So we've already created Next.js because this is going to set up Convex and Next.js together. So since I've done that, I'll just only install Convex. So I'll just go install Convex here. So I'll open a new terminal, and let's just say npm install Convex. And I think we've already installed this. If I go over to my package.json, uh, and come down here, we can see we've already installed it in the beginning of this video. So we install Convex here. So let's just go down and see to start a server for Convex just with npm convex dev. And then we need to also wrap the app with Convex client provider. So let's just create this inside a context folder. So I'm just going to create a folder here. So I'll call it context here. And let's just paste like this. Then make sure to just copy this code and paste it here. Then I'll just copy the Convex provider here. I'll go into my app. So inside the layout, we're going to just wrap the app with it. So I'll just go down where we have the body. I'll just say Convex and move, let's move everything inside here. And then let me just import this here. So let me just move this cluster down here. Or let me just move it up here. So we've added it. So now you can see that we've added it to add the children. And then this is how to make use of it in your code. You just say use query. So if you have used that style query, you know it's just similar like that. Use query and use mutation. So let's run the server so that it creates the folder for us. So to run the server, remember it said npx convex dev to run the development server. So I'm going to paste it here. So I'm click on enter, and then if you go ahead and look at what how to make use of this. So the first thing we are going to do is if you scroll down, if you see database. So click on database here. And the next we're going to do, if you read through, you will see we have we can start learning about the basic of the table document and schemas. So if you look at here, we say this is table, how to insert in table, and this is a document. Then we can see schemas here. So schemas is actually, if you look at it, it's schema is where we sell our Convex tables. If you look at, we have to create a schema, and then each of our table is added is placed inside a schema. It's just similar to Prisma. If you have used Prisma before, you can click here to go to schema documentation. And if I come over here and let me scroll down, you can see schemas here. So inside schemas, you say schemas described as a table of your Convex project. So this is asking me what would you like to configure, new project or just say existing project. So let's click on let's select existing project here, and let me drag this. So now if you've not signed in here, it's going to ask you to sign in. So just make sure you are logged in the same browser, and this will open it. So I'm going to pick my own, which is the Job Assistance AI YouTube. So I'll click on enter, and now I've picked the project. So we can see that it's going to add these two in the EMV for us. So I'm just going to open, and you can see it has created the folder for us. Let's go to EMV, and you can see that it has added Convex deployment. Let me bring this down. Convex deployment, and then the next public Convex uh, URL here. So I'll save this. So if you go into, I think inside the Convex provider, it's getting the next public Convex URL. You can see that it's taking it and passing it into the Convex provider. Now you can see the folder which it created for us. So you can see the generated folder. This is some folder and files it's created, which we're not going to have to do anything inside the underscore generated folder. So we are going to be the one to create our first file. So any of our backend we are writing is going to be inside this Convex. So the first thing we're going to do is to create our tables. And to create our tables, we need to create the tables in schemas. So you can see that schemas is the tables in your Convex project. And you can look at it here. how to write schema. So you have to create a file called schema.ts inside your Convex folder. So let's just create that here. Let me create inside. So let me close this here. So the schemas. Then to start using it, you have to copy this. So just copy these two things here, paste it here. And now you can start creating. And if you notice, our server is running. So it's saying missing schema. So our server is going to keep on running, and any schemas your table you put here will appear in the Convex table here. If you look at the data, it's going to appear here. I think this should show the table. So let me zoom out first. Okay. This will show the tables here. So let's just go. We're going to look at this. Let's create our first table first. So let me close this. So if I go back to let's go back to Convex documentation, and then let's get this, copy the schema, export the for schema. So now let's first for create our schema. So for this project, we're going to be creating a job. Remember, we are building a job analysis and site analysis assistance. I mean, so we need to create a job table. For the user, we don't have user tables. Our users is managed by Clerk um platform. You can also use Clerk together with Convex. Yeah, I didn't use that, so you can also look at that too. So I'm going to just create job here. I'm just going to create a simple table so that we can test it out and see how it's being moved, deployed to the backend. So let's create a table. I'm going to call this jobs. And then we're going to say define table. And there, let's put in our columns here. I'm going to say user ID. So our user ID is going to be gotten from Clerk. So I'm just going to say, and this is going to be of type string, and you need to get a type from this converse value here. Then we have the original description. So this is the raw, we can call it raw description from the user. So this is going to be string. Then we have the job title. So this is going to be optional. So to use optional, we're going to say v optional here, and we have to set the type here or the value type. Yes. Now we also have two type of description. We have the one to self process description, or we can call it clean description. Yes. So this is one we're going to feed to our AI. We can't feed the raw or the original description to the AI. So I'll say feed those optional. So we're storing the raw or the clean version of the description in database here. So you can actually use for large data sets because this description is not that too long. So for large chunk of data, it's more advisable to store it in the vector database. So we can feed we can feed the LLM or the AI with a large chunk of like a PDF or document. So since this is going to be a small amount of chunk of data that the user is going to paste, we're not going to need to store it in vector database. So, but I'm going to go and dive into it. I'm going to put a guide that will also explain how to make use of its vector database and also use long chain for splitters and pinecone for the vector database. So I'm going to drop the link in the description. So let's go. Let's also copy and paste this and come and save this to HTML. So we're going to have the HTML description, HTML formats, description which is optional. Then we have the status. So for the status, since we're going to be using like an enum, we're going to use v union from convex, and when we're going to set each of them, we're going to say v this, and we're going to set the type. So we're going to have processing ready and field. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my lib folder and I'm going to create a file called constant.cx. So I'm going to create an enum for this here, or a constant for it. So we can use that inside the schema. So I'm just going to just copy that and I'm going to put it here. So let me just put it here. So basically it's just job status, processing ready and field and the type here. So we can just copy this here and then let's go back to our schema. I'll close this and then we just put the job status and make sure to import that from constant. And then I'm just going to say dot processing. Then we can duplicate this. Then we can say ready and field. Then the last one we're going to also have here, we're going to have to have a record of the dates. So I'm going to say created at, and the creator is going to be v number, and we're going to have updated at. So now once we save this, we can save and you can see that it's already deploying as we are saving this. So if I go over to my database, you can see if I go over to the table and I did show. So let me try and click here and click again so that it should refresh this. Okay, we can see jobs here. I didn't see, so we can see jobs here. So let me zoom this out so we can see this was to show the all the tables by the right. So okay, if I let me click on this, okay, yeah, we can see the tables here. We can see it here. So now we can see the job table. So now we have also so since we are going to be querying the job, we want to use what we call indexing. So we want to index it to be more faster. So we can index by user ID and also by status. So we can also do by the job. I think the job ID is not here. You can set the column for it. It's set by itself. So I can just set dot index here, and I'll just put, let's say, by user, and we need to put the array. I'll say user ID, which is the table, the column. I can also add another one here. I can add another one here like this. And I can set this to by status. And then I'll just copy, let me just say status and I pick status here. So that's it for job. So we also have another table we're going to create, which is called the job inside conversation. So this is actually the messages which the AI and the user we have. So we can call it anything. I'll call it job insights conversation. And then we can set it, define the table here. So we're going to also have the user ID here. And also we can also have the job ID. So I'm going to say job ID. And the job ID is not going to be string, it's going to be a type of ID, and we need to specify uh, the table name, which is jobs. Then we're going to have text. Text is actually going to be the content or the messages or the conversation here. Then we're going to have the row. So the row is actually like the status. So I'm going to just pick v union. Then I'm going to just pick this two. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be 2 years. User and row, and user and the AI. So let's go to a constant and let's just bring. So I'll just type it here. So we just have the row here. We have the row user AI and the type, and you can just save this. And let's go back to the schema and let's just change this to row. It's a row from constant, and we'll change this to user, and then we have row, and we change this to AI and save that. So for this, we are going to also have we can also have status for the job conversation, or it's optional, right? You can actually leave it. So I'll just paste it here too. But inside of this, I'm going to create another status for this for pending, completed, and failed. So I'll just go into my constant. I'm going to just bring it below here. So job inside status is going to be pending, completed, and failed. And the type here. So just copy it and just go into schema, and let me just paste this here. Let me import this first. Pending, um, we should have completed and failed. Okay, yeah. So this is failed. Then let's just get the created art and updated art. And let me just paste it here. So these two, we're going to also have a indexing by job ID and also the user ID. So I'll copy this and I'll just remove this. And then we have job ID by job, we use job ID by user, we use ID, this by user ID. So the next one we're going to do is the credit space. If you look at our project, we have the credit system. So we have to record the credit. So I'm calling it, I can call it anything here. Just call it API limits and default. So define table, and then we can have the colonel. We can also have, we can have the user ID too, and then just the user ID. And then we can have the credits, and the credits is going to be v.number. Then we can also have the created and updated ads here too. Then for the this thing, we can fetch by user ID. And for the last one is the payments table. So we are going to have to record the payments, or you can call it orders. I'll just set it to define table. And this, so we have the user ID. Then we have the PayPal order ID. This is going to be optional. So view the optional, and then it's going to be string. We can duplicate that and call it transaction ID. Then we have the amounts. Yeah, the amount the user paid, our number, also the amount of the credits. Then we can also have our status for the payments too. So I'll copy this and just paste it here. And let's get the created ads and updated ads. Then we are going to also find this by user ID. So I don't think we're going to find this. Let's make sure to add the index. So let's go ahead and create the constant for payments too, which is the last one we're going to create here. So I'll just like copying the same thing and pasting it down here and changing it to payment status here. So I'll just copy this. It's just similar to what we have here. So I'll go over to my schema, and then let me just change this to payment status. So now we have completed our tables. We have the job inside conversation, API limits, and the payments. And if we go back to our tables, if we click on tables here, we can see all of them, the API limits, so it's loading, and so we can see the API limits, insights, conversation, job, and payment. So what we are going to do now is to uh, we're going to start to work on the we're going to work on the job backend, the implementation. So we can paste the job here and then click to send and submit it to the backend, and also process clean, and also get the job title from the description and the HTML version of the description using our AI, our Gemini AI. So let's go ahead and work on the job notation function. So before we go ahead and work on that, let's also look at the we're going to also look at the mutation here. So to see how to insert, read, if you click on write data, we can see how to insert data. So this is how to use the mutation function here, the mutation. And to insert, you use the mutation, then you also just call this a handler. Then we get the context here, database insert. You use patch. Then for replace, we have replace and we have delete, and we have bulk insert and bulk update. Why for reading database from database we have to use query. So we have query, and all this will be inside the Convex folder. Query, and so this is actually called the functions that you see here, the functions. So if I go back and then this is how to query, and the collect at the back of it. You can filter the query by using the uh, index here. You can see with index, and you can use order by ascending or descending order, and then there are a lot of things you can do with it. So let's just go ahead and work on the first um the writing data, that is the job. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's go ahead and then work on the add job. So the first thing we're going to do is to create a file. We are going to place in the mutation. So I'll go into my schema, and let's create a file called a job. Let's call it job.tx. And there we're going to just copy, let's just copy this first. Let's just copy everything from here and let's paste it here. So I'm just going to remove everything here. I'll just call this, should we call it great job? And there we should have some arguments we're going to pass in here. We're going to be passing the user ID and the job description. So I'll just paste it here. So now if we go over to our Convex, I think this should have deployed this. So let me check. So I'm going to check that from our Convex. And if we click on function here, let's click on function. And we should see job, create and job. If you click here, you can see your code, the code you added here. Just click on code. Now we can see this is going to load up, and it's going to get the code for us. So this is still loading. Later on, it's going to show. So before we go ahead and work on all of this, let's look at how we are going to implement this first, and how the flow is going to be, because there are so many things we're going to do in this create job mutation function. So I'll go over to this place, and let's see the first flow. So the first flow, what we're going to do is the user will pass in the job description. Yeah. Then we try and call a function to clean the description before saving. So we'll first of all save the description first. If you go over to our schema, which is the original description, so we save the description first. Then once we save the description, we also and clean the description. Then once we clean it, we can use launching splitter to do that, or we can just use a regular expression to clear out spaces and then some uh, characters that we don't need inside the description. Then we're able to feed that. Okay, we can be able to save that in the database. So for long data, large data, I mean, like PDF or document size of content will need to be stored in the vector database, not actually in your own database, right? Because we can use that to query or to a semantic search. So each of these data, the large data will be converted into a chunk, and this chunk will be sent into an abundance. This abundance can be OpenAI abundance or Hugging Face abundance. This abundance then convert each of these things into a chunk, into a vector where we store into the vector database. So the vectors are converted into numbers are stored in the vector. Then we perform a semantic search to get a comparison between the user input and what it can find in all the data we stored in the vector database, then get the actual one, the one that correspond or match with user inputs, and get that so we can feed that as context to the LLM so that we don't send all of the data, all of our whole documents into the because of the each of these LLM, Gemini AI or OpenAI has a token limit. So you don't want to exhaust all your token limits. So you have to send small chunks of data to the LLM. So it gives out a correct output based on what the user asks. But since we're using description of job, I don't think it's large like that to require us to store it into a vector database. So if you're going to implement something like that, it's going to be large. I recommend storing it into a vector database. So, but we're going to store our own into our database here. You can see the process description. Then we feed it into the AI, and the AI then generates the job title and the HTML version of uh, the the description. Also, I also forget to add once we feed in the job description in the let's go into the job mutation, we are going to also check the API limit. So since we don't have a user stored user table, so we don't have the data of the API limit for the user. So once user pays the job, we check if the API limit doesn't exist or the user is not found in that in the table. Then we insert a new data into, or we create um, the API limit for that user and set the credit to the free credits we're going to give the user, which is actually 10 credits. So once we do that, then we deduct a certain amount for the processing of the job or the inserting of the job. Then we update the amounts. We deduct the amounts. Then instead of 10, it's going to be we're going to remove some certain amount and then update the API limits. While for the job, then we process the job. As you can see here, after cleaning and doing everything, storing it, we also pass it to the AI, and the AI will give us the output, the job title, and the HTML job description. So majorly what we want to get here, and that's why we set this to optional. If you look at it, we set these two of them, uh, these three of them to optional, because since we're going to store the clean version of the data, and then we're going to get the HTML format description and the title from the LLM or Gemini AI. So basically, that's why we're going to do that. So let's just go ahead and implement this. So, like I said, the first thing we're going to do, if the user passes a description, we are going to first of all check if the user has an API limit or existing database. So we know we have to deduct certain amount from the user. So to do that, we're going to use let's call the um, API limits here. So I'm going to say let API limit. It's going to be equals to await ctx.db. So we are going to query. So we're trying to fetch. So we're going to make use of query here. You can see. And for the query, we're going to pass in the table name, this API limit. So now, since inside the schema, you see that we have index, scroll down to API limits, we have index by user. So we're going to use the index by user with index, I mean. So you just say dot with index here. So we're going to say by user, which is the index name, and we're going to say we're going to call a callback function here to say Q, which is the query, greater or equals to user ID, and the argument which we pass is a user ID. So if we pass this now, we are going to set this to unique because the user ID or API limit to be unique. We can also leave this unique here, but I need to add it so it fetches the unique one that matches the user ID. So then we're going to say if not API limit, and that means the user, we've not created an API limit for the user. So then we're going to create a new one. So new, uh, we can call it unlimited ID or new limits ID is equals to. So we're going to insert using the context.db dot insert. And we're going to specify the name of the table, which is API limit. Then we need to pass in the data. So I'm going to say user ID, which is user ID, which is arguments user ID. Oh, sorry. Then we have the credit. So we're going to set this to 10 credit, but we're going to go ahead and create a separate constant for that. So we can reuse that constant. Then we have created at, and this is going to be a number. So we're going to say date dot now. And the last one is updated at, which is date dot now. So now we've created it. So let's just go ahead and create a constants for that. So I'll just create a separate file for API limits that holds everything about API limits.tx. And then inside, so I'm going to just bring it inside here. So I'm going to also paste some other things here. Like the, so let me just put in the free trial credits here. So also because we're going to have to deduct credit when we're trying to create the job or add the job. So we have the credit cost here and the price per credit cost here. So for the price per credit cost, it's okay. We're going to say let's say 0.1 credits is equals to I think is it one credit, $1, something like that. I don't think that is it. But usually we are going to just say okay, the price for but this one we're going to look at it later, but this is not actually the main thing we're going to look at. So this is different from this. So this is going to be used when we are showing the upgrade model and determining the position of the credits based on the slider. So we can just leave this. So the major thing here is the free trial credit, which is 10, and the each cost of an action. So for the job creation, we say okay, we're going to take 2 credits from the user actual credit. So we're going to minus 2 credit from the free credits. If the user charge, we can take 0.5 credits. So it depends on how you want to structure the credit system. Or I'm going to just go ahead and use this like this. So I'll just save this and then so for the credits cost, I'm going to just copy this and go over to the Convex and job here. So yeah, I'm going to just change this to sorry, not credit cost. Let's go into API limits and free trial credit. And let me just paste it here. So I'll just import this and save that. So now we're going to insert the new so we've inserted this. Now let's try and get it. So I'm going to say API limits. So remember we set this to let. So we're going to replace the so I'm going to say API limit is equals to await ctx dot db dot query, and I'll just say okay, let's get. Remember, if you insert to a table, Convex is going to return ID of that particular record. So I'll just copy this and just put it. So you have to use it to get the query. So passing sorry, instead of query, I'll say get to get that. So we can use get to get based on the ID. So I'll click on so now we have the API limit here. So now we're going to just scroll down and let's say, okay, if not API limits, then we are going to throw an error. So after this process and it still didn't go through, we're going to say fail to insert the API limits here. So to catch error in Convex, we can use the Convex error. So some Convex error normally shows error on the client side um during development. So I'm just going to use field. We say field to initialize your account, or you can just give it a message or something like that. Then we're going to also check if the user has run out of credit so we can show the upgrade model. So I just say API limits dot credits is greater than 1 is less than 1. I think because I use less than 1 because of the 1. So let's just change that. Instead of less than 1, let's just copy credit cost here and say credit costs does job is job creation. So if it's less than the job creation, then we say, okay, you need to buy more credits. So I'm going to use the return here. You can use the throw to catch this and open the model, but I'm just going to use data here and just say it's no. And I'll just set a message here. I'll just set the message and require upgrade true. You can just do it like this, or you can just say true and we're going to also look at that. We're going to use that method in a different places. So, and then now we've done all the check. Now it's time to insert the job. So I'll say job ID is equals to await ctx.db dot insert and job, and then you can say the user ID arguments dot user ID. Then for the job title, I'm just going to give this a placeholder on title. Then for the original description, I'll say arguments dot this job description. The process one, I don't want it to be null, so I'm going to just say it as empty string. HTML format, just an empty string. Status, you just say job status. So let's import that from constants and say processing. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have to deduct the amount of credits from the user API limit. So which is the next step. So then after that, we're going to do the API processing, which comprises of the cleaning of the data, the description, and storing it in the database. So the last thing we're going to just return the data. I'm going to say data job ID, and also just a success true. So now to implement deduct the credits after successful job creation. So instead of me just using the context and DB and just to use updates. So since I'm going to be using this deduct function for different places to, like, if we try to like send conversation, we are going to deduct certain amount, certain credit from the user API limit. So it's best for me to create this uh, rotation and API limits. Then I'll be using it inside here to deduct the, I just pass in the arguments and it will just do the process by itself. So I'm just going to go into my Explorer. Then let's create a file called API limits.cx. So inside here, we're going to create the function for that. So I'm just going to say export constant the dot mutation function mutation. So let me just import this from generated server. Then let's import the value. So now I'm just going to close this. So this is the dot credit notation. Then we're going to pass in the UUID and the amount. We can call this credits. And the credit we want to deduct. And then we can set the handler here. So here we're going to say API constant API limits. So we're going to get to see if the user has API limits here. So API limit is equals to await context.db. Then we're going to say query similar to what we have API limits. Then we can say with index. Then use the index to get by user. Then we can have a function here. Get a query. I will say dot equals to user ID. I will say arguments dot user ID. So if it's match, then we can just also say dot unique. So now we're going to do a check here to say if not API limits or API limits, sorry, API limits dot credit is less than arguments dot credit. And then we're going to throw uh new com new convex error. So now we say this is we said you just give it a type and we can just say okay, we're going to track error code here, insufficient underscore credits, and then we can set a message saying you have run out of credits. And then we just say required amounts or required, we say required credits, just say dot credits and available. We can just say API limits dot credits. Then we just say 0. Then now once we check this that this is defined and it's not less than the amount you want to deduct, then you just say constant dot new credits. So this is going to be equals to, so let me just put this x here. Then say we're going to convert it to float. API limits and dot credits minus argument dot credits. And then we are going to also convert it to let's say dot to fix. So yeah. Then we're going to use the patch to update this. So we're going to say await ctx.db dot patch API limits dot ID. They will pass in the credits, which is equals to new credits. Then updated at date now. Sorry, date dot now. And then that is it. So we can make use of this mutation function inside the job mutation function. So, but how are we going to use it? So if you go over to Convex and we can search for, we can look for, so let me just go over, let me wait for this to load. And let's click on this menu and let's go over, let me see, let's pick on mutation and let's see whether we can find it here. Okay, it's not yet. Let's look at scheduling here. I'll click on schedule function, and I think it's not showing here. So okay, internal function. So let me quickly look. So just come over to internal function, click on internal function, and there is it. So internal function can be called another function. So these functions are used internally. So we can call them without run query or run mutation. So you can basically use it to run um, a mutation inside a different mutation. So you can ask the AI and it will give you ask it and it gave me yeah, you can run that. So basically that is it. So let's use it to we're going to use it to deduct the amount from the API limits. So okay, let's just come over here. I just say await a ctx.run mutation. Then to get the API limits mutation, API limits and deduct credits function, we're going to use API dot API limit dot deduct credits. And then it's going to ask us to pass in the body, the argument. So I'm going to just put comma, and then I'm going to pass in what we need to pass, which is the user ID, which is argument of user ID. And then we have to pass in the credits we want to deduct. So I'll just say credit cost dot job creation. And then once we try to process this post the job, this is going to actually work. It's going to call the deduct credit mutation. And then this is going to. So the reason why I created it here is because I'm going to use it in other places like the job insight conversation. When you send message, it will just deduct some certain credits. So now let's go ahead and work on the API. So for the API processing, we can actually do API processing inside the mutation. So Convex does not accept that. So to see how that works, we are going to have to use a different function which is called the actions. So actions is a third-party service, and you can do like processing and stuff, and you can also enable node runtime. So to look at the number of runtime Convex, I'll just click on runtime here, and you can see default, and you can see node runtime. So the only time node runtime uh can be enabled is only when inside an action. So we can only use it. So you can see that it's you can look at the example. It was used to allow you can see how it's being used action. You can use it to do payments here, like cost Stripe or PayPal. Yeah, but problem with action is that you can't call the CTX, the context DB, or directly update or interact with database. You have to use the run mutation, which is actually how we're going to use an update or try to uh, insert any data into the database. Then to you can see we can call external third party API or import any node package by enabling use node here. So let's go ahead and create an action for this. So that's what we're going to use to so action has two types. It has the internal action and the action. So the internal action is the one used internally, while action can be used publicly. You can use it on the client side, but the internal action you can't use it on the client side. So I'm going to just go over here. I think it has yeah. Okay, you can see internal function is supposed to be here. You can see internal mutation. Look at action for public. I think it's not showing here. So let's just go ahead and then create a file. We are going to call that action. So I'll just go into here and let me just call action here. .tx. So I can actually create the action inside the job file. Yeah, but the reason why I don't want to do it here is because I'm going to enable node and I don't want to enable node here. So if I'm going to enable node, yeah, I can do it here. So let me just go into action and we're going to create a function for the API processing. So since I'm not going to be using action in the public, like in the client side, so I'm going to name it internal action. So I just call it process process job with AI. And I'm going to import this here. So let's also enable use node here and save that. Then we're going to pass in arguments, or we're going to pass into this function, which is the job title. I mean the job ID. Sorry, we're going to say going to import this the value from Convex value dot ID, and we're going to say jobs. Then we have the user ID, which of string, and lastly we have the job description, which of string, and then we have the handler, async, context and arguments. Why is this thing changing all the time? So now we've created this. We're going to make use of this inside the job, but we're going to see how to do that. So let's go into the action. So the first thing I want to do is to create a function. I'll just say, okay, this is the process uh, description. Can you say await? You can call it process and clean, or let's just say clean job description. So then we're going to pass in description. So it's going to be an helper function which we're going to create, and that will just give us the clean version of it. So I'm just going to call this like this, and let's pass in the arguments dot job description. So let's create it inside the lib folder. So I'll go into my lib and let's uh, let's just call it job process processor, or let's just call it log process like that. And I'm going to say exports constant. Let me just say job description string. So let me just go ahead and import this. So inside, so let me just add async here. So now the first thing we're going to do is we have to clean the description first. So clean first. So the clean first, we're going to create a function that's okay. Clean it's going to be equals to clean job description. And we're going to pass in the job description here. So we're going to use replace in string to replace certain characters, HTML, removing certain characters from the content or from the description. So I'm going to paste that here and explain it here. So I'm going to just paste. So clean job description, which is raw text, is going to return a string. So what does this is a replace function that helps to remove the HTML tag from the strings. Then white is helps to collapse white spaces. So just like removing or collapsing white spaces. Then white is remove characters from the string, special characters. Then this also helps to just trim, and this substring helps us to limit the the characters to like 10K. Yeah, so we don't pass too many data to it. So once we clean this, then let me just so once we clean this now, we need to also use launching explitter. So this can be used for line chunk of data. So I'm going to just use it in case the chunks are much. So what we're going to do, we're going to import that. We're going to install that. So let's just let me check if we've installed launching here. So no, install that. Um, so let's just go over to let's type in launching and let's click on launching here. And let's just scroll down. Let me just scroll down. I click on launching. So just click on it. I think it's to install it's going to be launching community. So let me click on this. This is still loading. And we should be able to see that soon. So I think I should click on get started with JavaScript. And it should take us to JavaScript documentation. And let's see, let's install it. So let me just type in install lang change, and let's go to installation. Okay, this is for Python. Let me go back for JavaScript. Okay, let's click on this, and this is JavaScript launching.com, and we should be able to install the package. So I'm just going to open a terminal here. And let me just install that. This is version 1. Okay, click on here to go to the latest version. So basically, just go to how to guide, click on how to guide, and then click on installation here, and you should go to this page. So we have different packages for launching. We have launching for so this is why this is for third party here, launching community. So I'm just going to install this one, and let's just install this. And once that's installed, let's just go over to job process, and then I'm going to just import the majorly what I want to get from this is the text splitter. So I'm just going to pass it here. So I'll say launching and text splitter, and we're going to get a recursive character text splitter. So let's wait for that to install. So let's just go ahead and write what we're going to do. So basically what we're going to do is to use the recursive splitter, text splitter. So I'm going to call the splitter is equals to new uh, recursive text splitter, and this is not installed. So let me just cancel my server. And so we're going to also pass in chunk size. So this should have showed if it has installed. So I'm going to say chunk size. I'm going to say each chunk size should be at least 2000 characters. The chunk uh, overlap is with 200. So character of overlap between chunks. So let's save this. So now we're going to say constant chunk. I'm going to pass in um the clean description into the splitter. So we're going to say await splitter and the splits text, and we're going to just pass in the clean data here. Then we're going to return is. So we're going to only return the these chunks if the chunk is large than is greater than one, like the length. So I'm going to say the length is greater than one. Then we are going to have to combine the chunks using the delimiter. We're going to say join, and then we're going to use this. So let's just write this and give it a listing four line 1, 2, 4. And give it another breaks here. Then if not, we're just going to return a clean data like this. Being able to install launching and launcher core. I think this is the main one we need launching. Uh, so the error has stopped. So now we've been able to complete this. So let's go ahead and let me run my server. npm run dev. We're going to use, I think we've installed in Gemini AI. So let's just go and make use of this process clean description. I think we've already imported it here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to give kind of a placeholder for the title and the material when we get the processed one, I mean the generated one from Gemini AI. So let's just do that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just say let's title or let's drop title and just name it anything you want. Let title equals to on title. Then let HTML description is going to be equals to, we give it a paragraph or say or should we just let's just leave it as, I'm looking what I should leave it as now. Hmm. Or empty string. Let's leave it an empty string. It's better to leave it like this. So on client side, on the front end, we're going to show you this one did not generate. We are just going to show the default job description the user uploaded. So now the next we're going to do is to get Gemini AI to set up our Gemini AI. So let's go ahead and set up Gemini AI. So let's go over to Google and search for Gemini developer API key, and you can click on get Gemini API key. I think you should read. So you should navigate me to I think it's inside Google API Studio. Okay, it brought me into that place. Okay, let's click to create API key. So now let's close this. So here is the AI Studio Google.com, and we can get our API key from here. So we can see how to make use of this. We can scroll down, we can see Gemini AI there. So yeah, let's just click on create API key first. Okay, we can see charts here. Here, so this is what I'm looking for. So let's create API key, and we're going to get the code from here. If you open here, you're going to see the code. You just select TypeScript, and you can see how to set up the this like this. So I'm just going to click on create API key, and I will click on create. Sorry, create. I'm going to say AI job. Okay, so I need to search for cloud projects. So, I have to create a cloud project in Google Cloud before I can be able to generate an API key. So make sure to go to console, cloud console.google, and then generate and create a project here before you can go ahead and so let me just let it load. So once it's load, just come over to where you see project at the top corner here. You can see in this project. So I think okay, yeah, we can see project. So just click on it and create a new project. Then you come back. So I just pick any project. Let me just pick Google API genetic key in this existing project. Uh, let me click on this. Generating an API key. And let's copy this. So let's go into our env. So inside our env local, we are going to make use of it. So I'm just going to say, let me just paste it here. And then we're going to let's just call it Gemini AI API key. Like this. So let's close this and let's go ahead and create a file inside. You can create a file inside Convex, or you can create side lib folder. So if you notice inside the AIV local, I didn't put Next because I want to use this on the server side. I'm not using it on the client side. And since Convex is a server side, there's no need to use the Next public, and it's not even advisable to make it public. So I'm going to just create Gemini AI.txt here. And I'll just set this to use server, and then uh I'm going to get the API key. So let's just import. If you go over to this and let's close this, let's go to chat. And if I click here, we can see we need to import the latest version of Google Gemini AI. Also, we've not installed this. So let's just let me go into my package.json and see. I think we've not installed it. So let me cancel my server and install this npm install. So let me close this. So make sure to just copy the Google Gemini and just paste it here and install it. So once it's installed, the error should stop here. So while that is installing, we can just copy this and paste it here. So we're going to get the process env. So I'm just going to say constant API key is equals to process does env Gemini Gemini API key. We can just pass it here. You can also do a throw and I mean throw here if the API is not being passed. So this has installed. So I'll just run it, and this should fail. I think this should fail. It will not fail now, but once we try to make use of this Gemini AI inside Convex, inside the Convex, it's going to do an error because we need to add Gemini API key inside Convex environment variable too. Since Convex does not make use of the env in our local. So I'm just going to close this. And now let's just pick a model. So I'm just going to say export constant gen AI is equals to new Google Gen AI. Sorry, I think I'm making a mistake here. Let's just change this to Gen AI, and let's just change this to model. So let's just pick a model from Google here. We can see they have 2.5 Pro Yeah. So to change the model, just click on, I think is, yeah, you can select a different model. You can see 2.5 volt, review 0325 new one. You can select that. You can also select the old version. I think I don't want to use Pro. Let's use let me pick 2.0. There's one, I think there's Flash here. I can't see Flash. Okay, Flash 2.0. Flash 2 points. So let's use Flash. Since Pro might require you to pass in make payments or stuff like that. So I'm just going to make use of this one for now and let's test it out. So I'm just going to so after that we're going to create the chat section. So I'm going to say chat section is equals to gen AI dot chat dot create. We're going to pass in the model. We're going to pass in the config. You can say temperature. Sorry. Yeah, temperature. You can say 0.3 if you want to be more creative, or street. So if you want to be more creative, you can reduce it. But if you want to be more street, just change it to 1. Then max output token. So I just say it's to 18192. So basically, we're not going to use this now. We are going to make use of the other parts of other Gemini AI option, which is the generate content. So to do that, let's just go and find the documentation for the Gemini AI. So I'll just search here. I'll search for text uh, text generation Gemini AI dev, and we can click on text generation API key. And then once I click on it, you should be able to go to the documentation on how to make use of the Gemini for text generation. So I'm going to wait for it to load. So now it has load up. So I'm just going to scroll down. You can see how to make use. So I'll just click on JavaScript here. And we can see how to make use of the AI model, Gemini AI. So you're passing the API key and you can use generate content. So there are different approaches. You can see image input. You can see streaming of output. You can generate content stream to stream the output, and using for we're going to also do the streaming too. This is multi-tone conversation. We also have the chat. So this is why I did a chat, because we're going to make use. I'll just do it now, but we're going to use that later on. So let's just focus on the generate content here. So let's just see the output and contents we are going to pass. I'm looking for where we can see the prompt example, but then show the prompt here, or we can make use of that. So let's go into, so let's not forget to add the Gemini API key inside Convex. If not, it's going to throw an error. So I'll just go into my dashboard, and then I'll just go to settings. I'll click on let's click on this environment variable, and let's click on add. So paste this and let's copy this the key, paste it here, and click on save. So and it has saved. So now let's just close this and let's go into the job processing, not job, the action. So here we're going to get the prompt. We're going to do that in shots. I'll put an empty string here, and then we can just let's just go ahead and copy the example for this generation here. So just copy this. I'll bring it inside here. So I'll use Gen AI. So remember we set Gen AI. We save that inside the Gemini AI. Okay, we didn't export this. Export. And let's just import this. And then, so let's also change the model. We can import the model from Gen AI. Remember, we exported it here. If you go into Gen AI, we separated it here. You can see. Then we can change the output here to 2000. We can change temperature to 3, and we can also change the output type, the response mean type. So I just say it to JSON application slash JSON. Then here we're going to have the contents. So I'm going to set it to array and say row user. Then we're going to have paths, which is going to have the text prompt. You say text prompt, text is going to be the prompt like this. So once we get the response, you're going to have to check the response. So I'm just going to say if response dot text, then we can say constant. So let's just wrap this entire thing with try and catch so that it does not show error. So it does not obstruct us from saving the information. So if it shows error, then we'll go ahead and just save the title and the empty string HTML description. So I'll just say constant yes response. It's going to be equals to JSON dot yes JSON sorry dot yes response dot text. Then we can just get the title is equals to yes response dot title. Then we can just set it to title here, or we can leave it. Okay, let me set it to title. So then for the HTML description, we can just say HTML description is equals to uh, yes response of HTML description. So I'll just remove the title here. Then we can just throw an error. Let me just console the error. Log AI process field. And we can just call the error here. So now we are going to have to update the data. So we need to create the update job mutation function. So we can run this since we can use the C .db. It's not going to work inside action. So let's go into job and let's create the uh, update job here. So I'm just going to collapse this. I just copy this entire thing here, paste it here, and just say update job. And let's save that. And then we are going to change the arguments to accept the information from update the database. So I'm just going to say job ID, job description, process description, HTML, and status. So then we're going to just get the job title first. So you can see constant job. Sorry, we're going to destructure the arguments, and then we get the job title and the rest. I mean the job ID and the rest. Then we can say await ctx dot db dot patch we pass in the job ID. Then we say rest updated as dates now. So we've done that. So let's just copy this and let's go over to our action and use the uh let's do await tx.run mutation API to import that from generate underscore generator API job.update, and there we're going to pass in the let's pass in job the ID. We're going to pass in the job title, which is going to be title, and then we're going to pass in the process description, which is a process description. We're going to also pass in the HTML description, which we're going to say HTML format description. And I think that is all. I think we're going to also pass in the status here. Let's say status job status from constant dot ready, something like that. So that is it. So the last thing we're going to do, which we're going to do later on, is to send the welcome message to the user. Once the user redirects, we create a new uh, job inside conversation message. So we're going to do that later on. So let's focus on the prompt side. So we're going to create a function we're going to use to pass in the process job description and then get the prompt. So I'm going to paste in the prompt, and you can get it from the GitHub repo. So I'm just going to say we're going to call the function get job title description prompt, and let's just pass in the process description. So I'm going to copy this and let's go into the folder and let's create a file called prompts that holds all the prompts here. And then we can just say export constant. Let's say constant. Let's just say this, and let's just say job description, which is string, and then we're going to just return. We're going to import then I think we install this in the package.json. If you look at your package.json, we installed this. So I'm just going to just put it here, and let's make sure to import this. So let me just import this. So now we're going to bring the prompt here, and I'm going to explain it for you guys. So let me just go ahead and. So I've pasted it here. So I'm going to just break it down for you guys. So, but if you want to learn more about prompting, I'm going to create a PDF. I'm going to create a prompt uh, PDF where I'm going to put the link in the description. So it's going to teach you everything about prompting and how to get it right uh, output from the AI, or you can use it in any of the LLM, whether OpenAI or Gemini AI. So let's explain how this works. So I'm going to tell the AI, okay, you are a world-class career expert. Analyze the following job description and generate the appropriate interview uh, title. I can say, let's change this to job title, the appropriate job title, plain HTML format version of the job description. Then we can say requirements, just 35 word. It should capture the main focus of the role. It should be professional and relevant to the job market. Relevant a requirement for HTML description. So this is a requirement for the HTML, while this is a requirement for the title. The instruction, return the title and HTML for JSON form. Use the following structure. Then do not return array, return a single JSON object. Uh, let's just change this back to interview there. We can test that and see So we've done, we have pasted the prompt here. So let's just go into action and let's add this here. So now we've completed everything for this. So now let's make use of the process job with AI inside the job Convex here. So let's go back to create job. So here is where we're going to right. So how are we going to run this now? So we can use one mutation here, but I think we can use ctx dot we can use one internal action here. We can use one action, only one mutation, one query, but there's one we can use which is called the scheduler. So let's look at scheduler in Convex. So if I go over here and click on I scroll up, you can see scheduling here. We have to type out the schedule function and the cron job. So we're going to use the schedule function. So the schedule function is used to run at a certain uh, time or interval. So this does not obstruct the create job from processing. So what happens is once you reach the appropriate interval, it's going to just trigger the a function you target to, and once it triggers it is going to just take action. So that's what we're going to do because that's the only way we're going. So if you want it to run immediately, you just set it to the timeout to 0, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to set it to 0 because we want it to run immediately. It's not going to be a background kind of stuff that stays or a cron job. We want it to process immediately. So how are we going to do that? We're going to just say C. Let me just put await here, and let's just say scheduler dot run after. Remember, we put as uh, interval interval to 0, and this will run immediately. Then we need to call the action. Remember, we're using internal action here, so we're going to call internal here. So I'll say internal from generated API dot action dot process job. So and this will also take in some arguments. And you can see we said we're going to pass in the job title, which is arguments dot job title. Or I think the way have the job title here, yeah, you can see job ID, sorry, ID. Then we have the description. We can pass in the argument of this job description. And I think we need to pass in the user ID. User ID. So now we've completed everything. So we're just going to go ahead and test this on the client side and see how. So before we go ahead and create, let's just quickly also create the endpoint to get all job description so we can be able to see that it work actually. So it's just going to be very simple. It's going to be export constant get all jobs, and we're going to use the query. Remember the query function. I'm going to say argument. We're going to use the user ID string. So we have the handler here, async ctx, and then gx. Then let me just return it. So I'm going to say return always ctx.db. Why is this? Okay, we didn't import the query here. So import it. David dot query jobs. Then we're going to use the with index. Remember, we added it to the job by user. And we say we're going to have a callback, and we're going to say query equals to user ID. Let's say user ID. is equals to arguments.user ID. And remember to for query to get the data, we're going to use collect to. So that's it. So let's go ahead and test this get all jobs and the create job in the client side. So I'll go over to uh so for the get all jobs, let's just go inside. I think it's inside a job sidebar list. This is where we're going to use it. Remember to set it to client, and there we can just say constant is equals to use query from Convex React, Convex React, and then we're going to say API for Convex generation. Then we say job the get all jobs, and then we're going to say jobs here. So we need to pass in a username here. So I just say props user ID. Sorry, user ID, not username. String, and then let's just say user ID is props dot user ID. We're going to add that in a minute. So we need to show loading, and Convex does not provide us the way to does not give us like it's great I have it's loading or stuff like that. So the only way we can show it's loading is when if job is undefined. So I'll say if jobs is equals to undefined, then we can return the loading. So we can just have a div or just say class with full flex colon and cap 3 and then px2. So we're going to make use of the skeleton. So you're just going to let me just get it here. Let's import skeleton from component UI skeleton. So I'll just make it into three. And then we can just say if jobs, we also don't want to show this, we don't show this job list if job is empty, is zero. So I'll say it's zero, then return no. Then now we are going to map this. So to map it, we're going to come over to a button. I think the item, not the button. So just say job dot map item. Let's say it's to any for now. And I'm going to just say return. And I'll collapse this and just push this inside here. So here we're going to use to just come up with the URL. So I'll say job page URL is going to be equals to slash job slash the ID. So I'm going to say item dot underscore ID. And then we're going to use this and check the path name. So I can just do it like this. If this is going to just show like this, then we can use the job page URL and just pass it here too. While here we can just change this to item dot job title. So if we remove the item, I think it's not going to complain. Yeah, you can see we can get this here. So the test script is working. So that is it. So let's just go over to job. Uh, let's pass in the user ID here. So I'll just pass in the user ID. Yeah, that's stop. So going to job info form, and we're going to use the create job the uh from the job function. So yeah, we're going to get set is loading here or is submitting. So set is to use clients, and then we are going to just say is submitting, and then this is the mutation. So create job. So I'm going to just import use mutation from React and also API from generated API. Then we need to get the user. So I'll say constant. Let's first get the router because we're going to route the user um, to a single page from next navigation. So make sure to import that. Then we're going to also get the sign in and user from use from pack use user. I'll just say sign in and user. Then we are going to also get the model. Or I'm going to get the hook for signing model. So I'll say use signed in model. So I'll just set this to open and I want it to read details. So I'll just say open signed in model. So now let's implement this. So I'm just going to go into on submit and then we can use the events here to prevent default, or we can just leave it like this since it's not going to. So I just want you to not reload the page. So I'm just going to add it there. And then we're going to say e dot prevent defaults. So let's just pass in the e here. Okay, say e is possible undefined. How? Okay, let's just save it like this. So let me just remove the undefined here and remove this. So yeah, we're going to check if the user is signed in. If not signed in or not user, anyone can work. You're just going to say open model, and then we're going to just return. So we can just set this at the top here. And then we can just also check if not job description dot trim. We can use those from sooner. We say error please enter job description, and then we can just do return. And the last one we're going to do, we're going to now set the submitting to true. Let's use our try and catch so we can catch any error. So let's say constant response is going to be equals to await create job user ID, which is going to be user dot ID, and job description, which is going to be job description dot stream. Oh, we've already checked that, so it's not it. So remember, if you go into the job convex, if you look at we had a return here, so we're going to use it to track the uh, open upgrade or upgrade model, but we've not implemented that, so we're going to come back to it. So instead, we're going to just say uh, response dot data, and if not response data and response dot require upgrade, then we're going to just return this. So let me set it to async. Oh, sorry, that's this one. And then if we're going to come over here and then pass in, we're going to put the upgrade model model hook later on. So let's say route dot push. You're going to say job slash the response data. Remember, the response data is going to be the job ID. If all this is being if we pass through all this, it's going to be job ID. Then we can just throw the error. We can say toast error failed to create a job. So if you want to catch, we can also catch the error for Convex because we also added it in the job, I think. So we added Convex error, so we need to catch it. And to catch it, we're going to use the Convex error. So just like this, you're going to import Convex error. So I'm just going to, I just, okay, we can leave it like this. So I'll just say fail to, let's just remove this. Fail to send message, fail to create job, and let's just pass the message here. So now we can, so if the error instance is convex error, it's going to just pass the message and we can close the error, else fail to create job. So just save that, and I think we are done. So we need to add it submitting here. So if it's submitting, we're just going to show loader, else we're going to show the send icon. So let's import loader from Lucy React. And we have class name width for, height for. So I think we are done with this. And also it's submitting, we need to set to disable. We can also do that here too. So let's check our server is running. So make sure Convex is running and our server is running, and let's test it out. So I'll just go, let me close all of this. So let me load this. So let's wait for this to just load. So now that's load. So let's go ahead and get a job. If we click here, we can see, okay, we're not signing. So if I try to just type in anything here and click on submit, you can see it's going to show pop up here. So let me just let's just try to sign in. Yeah. So I'm going to sign in with my Google. So let me close this, and you should see that we already signed, and you can see it's loading, but nothing is showing here. So let's try, and we have 10 credit. We've not actually get the actual the API credits here. So this is just the test one that is showing. So let's just go ahead and get the job to post. So I'll go to class.com and then let's copy a job description from here and paste it into our code, into our inside the text area. So this is close. I'm just going to click on this job. Why is it open like that? So I'm just going to zoom out. Yeah. So I'll just see more and let's just copy everything here. So copy it and then go over to, let me just close this. So I'm just going to paste it here. I think this is a front-end job here. So I'm going to click on send here. So let's click on send. And you can see it's redirecting me to job ID here. You can see. And if I click here, you can see that it's showing untitled. So something has broken, it has failed. Uh, something something failed. It said okay, it failed. AI failed to generate. So you can see that it said, okay, we need to add key here. So our AI field, let's go ahead and check Y field. I think we didn't use the prompts. So let me just go into my job list and let me add key here. So key is going to be equals to item dot underscore ID. So let's go into action. Inside Convex, I mean, action, and let's look at it. I think said, so let me cancel this and then run it again. So I'm going to just copy this and let's see if it's saying console is. Let's see, it's preparing converse function, checking for index, and let's check whether this is sending the, this is actually passing the prompts, and let's see if this is getting a response first. So it's ready. So let me just go back. Let me paste the job again. So I'm going to click on send. Let's check. It didn't show anything, it didn't comment any this is funny. So let's go over to that job from I think our system is never loading. Our spinner is not loading. Let me just say animate spin here. Yeah. So let's also check the and this thing show. Let me go back. Let me click here. And let's see how many jobs I do. Oh, this one work. This one actually work. You can see front end developer interview. So I think I can go ahead and change that prompt from interview to just job. So let's change that. So if we go over to Convex now, and let's just go to data, and we can see that the API limits if you make use of two. But I don't know. We shouldn't have we shouldn't have deducted this. It was 10, and we are saying we are removing two. So we had removed I think four credits. So we shouldn't have removed if the AI didn't generate anything. So we can also consider to modify that. So let me just open the table and let's go to jobs. And you can see actually created the HTML version of it. You can see why this one didn't work, why this one worked. You can see the original description, the process one, and the status, and then the time. So it works. So we can try more job. You can try more job here. I might try this one here for the last testing. And if I go over to this and just click paste this here, and let's click on send, and this should redirect us to the ID. So it's added it. So let's just go back and click here, and then it should load up, and you should see the title here. Wow, this one failed. So something is up. You feel it again. So I think I'll change the model back to Flash. Uh, why this keep failing? So let's go over to action. I'll just change this to the text. So I'm just going to change this back to, let's remove this model. And then let me use the old uh, model. So I'll use the Gemini 2.0 Flash. So I'll use Gemini 2.0 Flash and let's see this. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try with a different job title and job description. So let's click on this full stack, click on Schema, and let's just copy everything here. So I'll copy this and go over to, and let's click on new job, and let's just paste it. Let's see. Let's click on send, and then we should see the title if it is generated. Ah, yeah, so you can see that this generated is, and let's hope that is we save this. So I'm going to just go back here, click here, and we can see it's work. So you can see the title and description. So you can keep on testing and let us see. So we're going to let us test more on this. So let's just go ahead and then work on the single page, which is uh, job, the job ID. So we're going to create and display the description, the HTML description, and also the charts component, which we're going to work on that later. So let's go ahead and work on the UI for the single page. So let's work on the UI, the single page UI. So I'm just going to close everything here and then let me just cancel everything. Then collapse it and go into app folder and inside the dashboard job ID. So here we're going to also create our own components here. So just click components and inside the page we're going to just say let's just call this page. I'll just say async. Let's change it to function page and let me just remove the arrow and then let's just get the params. I just say it's to any type here. And let's just say constant job ID is equals to await params. You can see this in the Next.js documentation. So this is how to get the ID from the, if you look at the folder, we have dynamic params here. So I'm just going to just close that. So now we're going to have our class name here. Let's say flex or one pg white. I justify between flex flex column height. We're going to set this height to screen and overflow hidden. So let me just remove this and let's have a different div again. And here we're going to have class name of mx auto width full mx maximum width 8xl. We have lg flex. Let me just add grow here. Yeah, grow here. So yeah, we're going to create a component. We're going to call it resizable because we're going to be using the resizable panel. So I'm going to call it job resizable panel. We're going to just pass in the job ID. So let's go ahead and create this components here. So I'm just going to create inside this components here. That's inside here, inside the component folder. I'll say XX, I'll say RAFCE, and let's just go ahead and import this. So I'm just going to say prop job ID is string. So now inside here we are going to set this to use clients, and we're going to get constant mobile. I mean use sidebar. I'm going to set this to each mobile. So we're going to make use of that. So let's just remove the div. And inside here, we're going to use resizable panel. Yeah, resizable panel function to UI, up panel group. Then inside here, we're going to have to pass in the direction you want. So I'm going to say if it's mobile, let it just be vertical. Then if it's large, let it be horizontal. Then we can give it a class name of widthful, heightful. Then I will need to have two resizable panels. So resizable panel 2, and then we are going to have the handle resizable. It's not much to add in the handle. You can skip that. I'll just say with handle. So yeah, we're going to have this is going to handle the charts UI. And then we're going to also have the this job description or job details UI here. So we are going to also make this responsive. We're going to say default size for if it's mobile, we're going to say let's make this default size 55 collapse, and then let's put collapse size here at 0. And then for this one, default size 45. Then class name, we are going to just say if it's mobile, then we say pt2 border t and border gray 200. I'll just copy this. And there will just be left right name, left or right. So let's just see it in action first. So I just copy all of this. So here for the description, we're going to call it in the right panel. You can call it anything you want. So just say right panel. We're going to pass in the job ID. So let's just create components here. And then we're going to also copy this, and let's going to and let's paste it here. Let's import it. Then we're going to also create the chart left panel. So let's just do that here. We're going to also pass in the job ID. I'll copy this and let's just go here and let's just paste it. So TXX and just say RAFCE. And let's just go into right panel and copy the props and job title. Let's go into chart panel left. Paste it and let's go and import this. So for the left, the charts, we're going to set this to use clients. And we're going to just get a div. Let's just say class name width full, height screen, and flex colon. We're going to have a div here. And we're going to have a div. This div will hold the chart components, flex one, and overflow hidden. By this, we just have page 10, it's full, border B, and border grade 200, BT1, flex item center, and justify alternate for between. I'll just put in BX2. And so let me just go into the page, this page, and let's copy this. Let's copy this. A sidebar trigger. You're going to add it in the chat panel layout here. So we're going to add a div here. I'm going to just pass it here. So let me just import this here. I'm going to say constant use sidebar component, and let's just get it open, and it's mobile. And then inside here, we're going to have H1, and this is just a job insights mode, or we can just give it anything. Here I'm just going to say class flex item center gap 2, and then we're going to have class font semi bold and PT1. So we are done with the sidebar. You can see the right sidebar, and we can see, so you can click here and this will show. If you zoom out, if you see this is now working like this, or if you on mobile view 100, you can see it's moving like this. So I think I need to remove that border from the size. Let's see, PT, let's just say PT2 for all of that. So that is it. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually work on the uh, right sidebar, and then we're going to display the job title. We're going to create an endpoint that we get the job details. So let's go ahead and then implement that. So you're going to go into the right sidebar, and then we're going to have a class name, flex, width full, height screen, overflow y, auto, and then we have a div last name with full, and then we're going to have a component that actually shows the job details. So we're going to create the job details component. So we're going to pass the job type, job ID to the job details component. So we can actually do the job here, show the job description here, or we can just leave it. I'll just copy this and let me just go into my components and let me just create that here. Let's see XX, and then let's just do RAFCE. So this should create the component for us. Then let's go into the right side panel and let's import this. And then we need to pass in the props. So I'm just going to copy this and then go into the job details and let's paste this here. And the error should stop. So we're going to actually call the endpoint to get a job or get job, yeah. So we're going to do that later on. Let's just create the UI. Then we're going to go straight ahead and create this mutation query function, get a single job based on a job ID. So I'll just put class name here and then put space. This is going to be very short. Space Y4, PX4, and then PB5. So I'm off and I'll say div. Then I'm going to just close this and let's have a class name here. I'll wait for border. You can give it a border of gray 500. No, shouldn't give it rounded. Let's just give it p3 here. Let's give it h2. This will hold the height, the title. Let's give this a text of large, extra large. I mean, font semi bold, and then give it a margin bottom 1. Then this div we hold on the description. So I just make this and give it a text 15 pixel, and then we're going to just use a div to show off the self close div, and we're going to use dangerous set in HTML, and there we're going to just show the description. So we are going to also if the HTML is not defined, we just use all, and then we're going to set the original description the user set. So I'm just going to leave that. So let's just go ahead and create this endpoint or the mutation. Sorry, the query. So I'm just going to Convex and then go into job and let's just create an endpoint. Let's create a get job. So this gets all job. Let's say export get job constant uh get job. You can see by ID, but let's just do a query. Um, so yeah, we're just going to get a string. I just call it job ID. Then let's just have the handler, async. Then we have the CTX, that is the context and the arguments. So now we can just do the same thing we did here. You say return await CTX dot db. We use dot get. So, okay, since we have the ID, so I just say arguments dot job ID. But this is going to throw a type error because we can't pass string to get. So get requires the ID of job. So just copy this and we can set it to so the reason why I set this to string It's because if I set it to like this, it's going to add some validation to it. And if for any reason the ID does not match the convex type of ID, it's going to crash the app. So I use a string here. Then I will just import this here. So we can also do a check if not job ID. You can also do that, but let's just leave it. So let's just make use of this inside the details here. So we can just say job is equals to use query. So make sure we set this into clients. Use clients. Yeah, use query. I think it's not going to affect that. Let's see API dot let's import API dot job dot get job. And we need to pass in the job ID, which is on props dot job ID. So we need to also set the loading. So there's no even need to add and the use client here. We can skip it if it's going to actually work. So I'm going to okay, yeah, we need to check the loading. So job if job is undefined, so we just show a loader here. So it's just simply the one we've been using. So I'll just import loader from Lucy React, and then this is it. And then let's just say if not job, it's not job. We just show like a placeholder. I just say job not found, found, and let's just give it a simple class here and say px5. We can also give it pt5. I'll just leave it like this. Let's just give it pt py5 too. Or let me just say p5. And now we are going to get it. So for the title, where is oh sorry, I made a mistake here. This should be below the h2. So I'm going to say job dot job title, and then here we're going to have job dot html format description, and I'm going to put job dot original description. I think that is it. Let's check if there's any error here. So I think let me say validation error does not match the validator job ID. Okay, let's see if this load this. Let me check this. So let's just string string here. Let's check inside the get job. So let me cancel this convex and let's reload it again. Let me run this again. I mean, so let's see if it's going to throw error again. Let me reload this. So it's failing. Hmm. Inside value does not match the validation pass job ID. This is pass job ID. So let me just try and let me go back. Okay, let me click here and let's click on maybe we should also catch this. Maybe we should use try a catch here. Let's see. Okay, try a catch won't work. Um let me use it. Show a new convex error. Let's see the error here. Console error. Job ID. To fill. Value does not match validate job ID. So let me go back here. Save this. So I use clients. Still failing. So let me try and get fix about it to fix it. So I found the issue. So what I did was inside the job I used the try and catch and return more so that it will stop showing that error breaking the application. So then in the details, I tried to console the job ID and I noticed that it's sending it as an object instead of a string. So we can see that I console props.job ID and you can see that it's giving me job ID and a string inside an object. So I think we need to go back to where we pass the job ID. So I'll just go back inside the page here and okay, yeah, I think this is where the problem starts. So I need to have uh, open this and get the job ID from this. So if I do that now and I go back to job details, uh, then I open my terminal. Let's refresh this again. Then we reload this again, and you should see that it's going to give us string, and we can see the I can see it here. You can see that it's giving us a string there. So I'm just going to pass it here, props dot job ID, and then we should be able to fix that. So let's check. Ah, yeah, we can see that. We can see the description. So just to extend this, uh, I can just add bricks here. To give it more space here. So we can see the description there. So I think we are done with this side of it. So let's just go ahead and then work on the chat environment where we're going to implement it. So before we go ahead, I think we need to also get the chat. I mean, sorry, the credit balance. We didn't get that here. So we are going to do that. So let's just do that. Once we are working on the chart, we are going to also get the credit. So let's go ahead and work on. So let's work on the chat component. So I'm going to go to the chat left panel, and there we're going to get the let's get the user ID from the use from Clerk as a constant user. Sorry, let me just first of all say use user from Clerk Next.js. I will just get a user. And then I can just say user ID is equals to user dot ID or we just have no. I also want to get the user name, so I just say constant user name. I just pick the first name is equals to user the first name, and this is going to be none. So we are going to create a component here. and pass all of this. So say charts components, and let's just pass in all of this here. Pass in the job ID, uh, the user ID, and the username. So let's just create a component here. Okay, let's create a component inside the components. Yeah, you're going to do let's call it chat components, and inside we just have index.tx x say RASCE chats components, and then let me go ahead and import this from. Okay, the job ID is inside the prop. So I'll just let me just import this constant uh props. I'll just say job ID here and it should stop. So let's just go inside the, let me clear everything here, and let's just go straight to index. So we're going to work on this. So we're going to have to get the props here. So you can just say interface charts, or let's use props type. So I have the job ID, user ID, and username. And I can just set this to props type here. So now we can use the structure, or just get the props, job ID, user ID, and the username. And the error should stop there. So let's have a class name. It is going to be you're going to have two components, one that shows the messages and the other one that shows that has the input. So I'm going to say relative h full h full bg white. We are going to have flex. We're going to divide this y. Then we have to set the color of the, let's say y gray, sorry, gray 200 flex column. Then we're going to also have justify, okay, between, and then gap 2. Then inside the div we're going to have a div that wraps the the messages. So these messages we have the going to take flex one. Yeah. So it's going to have a larger view of space than the input. So I'm going to just say justify between. Okay, there's no need to just put this here. So okay, let me just add flex here. Let's change it. Let's add flex here. Flex one, justify between, and gap 2 for now. Then we're going to have chat messages or conversation, and this will take in the username and the user ID. So we're going to use the username to display. Okay, let's just comment this out first. Then we're going to have the chat input. The chat input, let me create the message chat message component and the chat input component here. So txx, I'll say RASCE, then also the chat input dot txx. Then we'll have RASCE. Then I can enable this. So let's just import this. And this, you can import this too. So for the chat messages, just get the props here. I'll just say interface prop type, username. I can say this is string or not, and let's just say props, and this should stop the error. Let's go for the input. The input, we're going to pass the job ID, and this is going to be job ID. Um, sorry, user ID, and then the user ID for the chat input. And then we can have is disabled, so we can disable the input if we are loading. I just say data is okay. Let's just say it's to false. So let's go ahead and then work on the chat inputs. So we've already worked on the chat message. So okay, let me first forget the props here for this chat input. So I'll just go here and copy this. I'll come inside here, and I think what do we pass? We pass the job ID and the user ID we disable. So I'll just say job ID, which is type string, user ID, which is uh user ID string uh or no. Then we have is disabled, which is boolean. And we can just say props. Yeah. So let's go ahead and work on the messages UI, chat messages UI. So I'll go into chat messages here. Also inside here we're going to have class name, flex, max height. We're going to use height of let's use the clock. We'll say 100 VH minus 10.5 REM. We'll have flex one. Uh, then we have flex column gap 4 and then padding 3. We have uh, overflow y photo, then pt8. Then we have pb20. You just give it a spacing below here. Then we are going to display the messages here. Going to look through this. So we're going to go ahead and create the component file. But let's just we're going to work on the input space before creating the endpoint to get the messages. So we are going to have a div here. And this div we have flex one, um, flex column, item center, justify, I think justify center. And then we can just have cap2. So this is going to show a placeholder. I think okay, let's just pass in message here. Message square, text icon, text icon. We can give this a class name of width 8, height 8. And then we can give this a h3 class name of font semi-bold and text large. Then we can say we can give it a message. Your job insights assistance is ready. And then we can have a beta that just explain more about it. Why this we have a class name with text. Let's use square 500 and then text small. And here we are going to have a message. We're going to say get tailored advice So we get and tailored advice, insights. Okay, advice and insight to um great job. I think job search. So yeah, I'm going to let me just add break here like multiple times. Let me give it like three. Then here we're going to also have a div, and this div is going to be a self-close tag. So we're going to use this for to scroll. Once the user click on the any of the job, it should scroll the user to the ending of the messages. So here it's going to be a ref. We're going to add a ref. We're going to add a ref here. But let me just remove the thing. I'll add it here. We'll go and create it up here. So let's go ahead and work on the input chat input. So I just go into my chat input to the bottom 0 left so reach okay left or reach full PG white, and then I'm going to have a div here, and this is going to have a class name flex row gap 3 mx2 on medium we have ms4, and then on last medium we have I think last mb6, then large we have mx02, and then we have like max width to excel. Then on extra large we have max width uh very excel. So inside here we have a div too, and this div we have a class name of a relative flex column height full flex one px4. Then we have margin button 3 uh then widthful. So yeah, we're going to have inside here we are going to show the suggested prompts user can use, or we can just say listed prompts. You can call it anything. Then below here we're going to create a component. So I'm going to create a div here first. So let's just work on the input first. So for the input, we are going to have a relative flex colon, and then we're going to have widthful. We're going to give this a border of grade 300, and then we're going to reduce the border size to let's give 0.5 pixel. Then shadow medium. On hover we have let's leave on hover, let's just have rounded to excel p3. Then we're going to give this a background color of let's say RGB. Okay, I will just say 24 or 243, 244, and then 246. Then opacity of 3. So we're basically going to use the auto resize like we did before. Auto resize text area. So let's also create the constants.text area is equals to use ref. Let's also set this to use client. Then we're going to let's set the type here to auto resize ref. Let's just say no. And so we're going to have the ref here, text area. I will just call it text area ref. And there we're going to have our row. It says to 3. Sorry, rows. Then we have the minimum height. Minimum height. Let's give it to 180. Now let's reduce it to 20 minimum height. I think it's maximum height. We can leave maximum height to 200. And then we can say value is equals to input. Let's create that state here. Say constant input. Then set inputs. There we have use state. So let's import. Just set type here to string. So we have the input now. We can set disabled. Remember we passed disabled from the props here. So we can just get all of this here. Or let me just get them from here. So I'll just pass in disabled here. And then we have on key or key down or key up, I mean. I think we pass, okay, we use on key up here. While inside the text area, it sets on key down. So we can try another one here. Let's see. Uh, let's try with this one. I'll say it okay key is equals to enter, and then not it shift key. Then we can have the function here, and then we can use the text area ref dot current dot text area dot focus. Then let's have our placeholder. Or just say ask about the job. And then we have the class name here. So for the class name, we're going to do resize now. Payout ref item sorry, text size 15 pixel. And then we have border 0. Then we set background. We don't want any background. Transparent. And then we have we don't want any shadow. So no. And no wings. Then we have focus visible to ring offset 0. And the last one is ring 0. So let me just close this. So now we have done the test area. Let's work on the button. So for the button, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have the button. So it's a button. Yeah, it's going. Let's have a div here first, and a div here. So let's remove this div. Let's put button here, and then inside here we can just have another button. So this is just in case you want to add more options here or buttons here. So we can just do flex item item center like that, and gap 2. So here we can just have class outline and variant outline. We have size to small. Then we have the class name. Then for the class name, we just have a rounded full front normal, text 13 pixel. Then we have we can give it a background color of primary with opacity of 0.55. Then text to primary. Then border to primary too. Then for the button, let me just break this here. So for the button here, we're going to have we're going to call this light bulb, or let's also pass in the lights. Let's call this job insights. And then we can have light bulb icon. So now for the submit button. So for the submit button, we can have disabled here. If not impute dot trim. We can now say or is disabled. And then we have the class name right 8 pixel. Then we have bg black. We have if disabled, we're going to say pointer event none. Also, if it's disabled, we will change the color to beige gray 500. And then we can have let's put on click here. So on click we call so let me just drag this here. So save that. And then inside here we're going to have the text area ref dot current dot text area dot focus. We're going to call the handle submit or handle submit. Let's just say handle submit here. And there we just have we should create a function for handle submit. And let's duplicate this and call handle change. And handle change, just get the E here. I'll just say set input E dot target dot value. So we can just yeah. So for the handle change, we're going to bring it here. So change and let's pass it here. So let's work on the handle submit. Okay, handle submit is what you're going to pass here too. So I think we are done with this. So let's just work on the so inside here we're going to have if not input the trim or disabled or user ID. You need to get a user ID. You save it done. So we can get that from the props here, the user ID and the job ID here. So yeah, we're going to also have so we're going to go ahead and work on the job conversation, job suggestion, job insights conversation mutation. But before we do that, let's create the suggested prompts here. So let me scroll this down and we can see the inputs here. And type. I think we need to add some spaces at the top here. So we can just add, let's say, add py here to 43 and to give space to it. So let's work on the suggested points. I'm going to call it job insight suggest. I'm just going to say, let's import the, let me create a component first. We're going to pass in the handle submit here. And then let me just create this component here. So I'll just call this job insight suggest or TSX. I'll just do REFCE and let me import this. So let's go into the component. I'll save this, go into the component, and let's have the props here, prop type. So interface props type. So we have is disabled, boolean. So for the on submit, I notice we handle submitting personal input. So I think I will need to add input here. So that once we pass the input, we can just from the job inside suggest pass the input. I need to come through here. So I'll just pass in the input here and also here. And that should fix it. So let's go back here and then let's say on submit value string and then set input. So that is it. So I'm going to have a class. So let's have a class here. Class name, we have relative, uh, widthful, then bottom, margin bottom 1.5. And let's have a different div here. And this if we have class name, flex, gap 2, overflow x photo. Then we have scroll bar height. So we want to hide the scroll bar. And then this is going to only work because we installed so inside the package addressing we installed Tailwind CSS scroll bar height. So we need to use this inside Tailwind CSS config. So I'm going to my CSS config and here we need to require that here. So I'll just put comma here and let me just copy this. I'll paste it here. Then I'm going to change this to the package we installed. So I'm just going to call it Tailwind scroll bar height. And I think this should work. And if this won't work, we're going to use custom CSS. So let's just go ahead and complete this. So I'll just go back to my job insight suggest. And there I'm just going to complete here. I'll say px8 or px.0. And there we need to get the prompt here or this suggest. So I'm going to paste in some list of suggest here. So that will relate to the job insights, stuff like that. So I'm going to call it prompt. So I'm going to paste it here. So it's just summarize the job description, draft a cover letter, draft a resume for me, and some other list of them. You can add more to it. So we're going to map them through. I'm going to look through them. So say map as prompt.map, and I'm going to just get, I'll say prompt index, and we're going to use a button component here. The button component is going to be coming from Shadcn UI, and let's just add key here, say index, and then here and here we can just set a prompt. So we can have variants of outline, and then here we can have size small. We also have disabled. I think we pass in some props here. Yes. So I'll just get it prop disable on submits on submits. We're going to have disabled. We set disabled to disabled. So it's disabled, and then we have class name. So white space, no wrap, rounded, full, and then we have font normal. Then let's give this text the font size 12 pixel, 12.5 pixel, and then hover and give it a hover of BG gray 50. Then this will have on click. Then on click is going to be handle prompts click or handle click anyway. So let's just pass in the prompt here. So we're going to create the function here. So constant handle prompt click. We're going to have the prompt string, and here we're going to use the set input to prompt, or we can change this to user query. Then we can also have on submit, and then pass in the prompt, and this should be it. So we are done with that. So let's go over to the input and then save this, and this should show you. So let me reload this first, and then we can see there. And I think for some reason the rounded full didn't work. Okay, let's not inside the job insight suggests. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I see. So I noticed the scroll bar didn't. I don't know why it didn't hide. Even when if you go over to Tailwind CSS, scroll bar hide and click on it. It says we should add a class. We should add a class. Yes. Say add class scroll bar hide. Let's see, and that's what we did. So I think we can also do this part. Oh no, I think it didn't work. So I'm going to hide that later on inside. Let's hide it inside the CSS and global.css here. So I just go into my global.css. I'll bring in some stuff. So I'm just going to paste it here. So scroll bar hide, and then they should hide it. Yeah. So it says it's gone. So if you click on it, okay, let me move this to the left. So the button didn't show there. So I just go into my inputs, chart inputs, and just change the color to white. I think it is. test white. Oh yeah, we didn't add anything here. We should have added send icon from let's see React. And then we also need to set the size here to icon. Mm. Yeah, I can see that. So that is it. So so we can be able to send if you click on anyone, it just updates it. So let's go ahead and work on the endpoints to send our first message to our AI. So I'll just clear my terminal. I'll just clear my Explorer. Let me clear everything here. Collapse everything. And then let's go into the Convex. So if we go into the schema, uh, this job inside conversation holds the messages, conversation between the AI and the user. So we are going to first of all create a send message or send user message uh, mutation function. So we can do that by let's go ahead and create a file that holds the mutation function there. I'll just call it job insights. Let's call it conversation .tx. So I'll collapse this. So here we're going to create a spot constant send a user message is equals to mutation. We're going to pass the arguments and the handler, the context and the argument. So let me change this to CTX here. So before we go ahead and implement this, let's look at the flow again. I'm going to go out. So I'll click here and let's see how this is going to work. So for the second flow, how we're going to do is um how we're going to enable the AI to generate or the LLM to generate the accurate answer. So we're going to pass in the clean description, which we save in the database like the process one, we called it. Then we are also going to get the conversation history. So all of the message restored in the job inside conversation, we are going to retrieve everything there. So we are going to only get the ones that user, I think we are AI and user here. We're going to get all the messages here, the history, and we're going to get at least maximum of six um, messages, messages from the table, and then we're going to feed that to the prompt, and that will add a sort of context, so the AI can remember the existing what the user have asked in the previous. Then we're going to also add the user prompt or the user input. We can call it the user input or user query. Combine them into the single prompt. We're going to combine them into. We're going to feed them into the prompt, and then from the prompt, we pass the prompt into the LLM or the AI. So that's how we're going to implement this. So I'm going to create. We're going to go ahead and create the send user message. So the send user message is going to be the user send is going to be the endpoint that takes the user prompt or the user query, then save it into the database. Then we trigger we use the scheduler to run the AI generation. So what we use the I mean the to run the ask question. We're going to create another separate mutation that does the ask question. So once we run that, the ask question mutation function, we are going to get the conversation history. That is a list of messages for that has been said by the user and the AI, and also the description. Then we then get the create a prompt and feed all of them into the prompt, and then pass that into the AI. So let's work on the user message first. So for the user message, we're going to have some arguments here. So we're going to get the user ID because we need to know the user is sending the message. I'll say type string. So let's make sure to import the value, context value. Then we need to know the job ID with a string, and then the message, or you can call it the query, the user query, and this will be with a string. Then also we need to also check if we go back to the lib folder. If we go over to our API limits, we also have a credit cost for each chat or message sent to, which is cost like 0.5. So let's go over back to the job inside conversation, and then we are going to get the API limits, just similar to what we did inside the job mutation function. Yeah. So we're going to copy this and just use it inside here. So I'm just going to just paste that here. So it's just the same thing. We're going to be using the user ID to get the API limits. Then we're going to say if we're going to do a check to know if the amount of credit available in the user API limit uh, is greater than the amount we are going to deduct for the user sending a job message. So I'm going to say API limits or API limit dot credits is less than credit costs dot job chat message. Then if not, we're going to use true. We can use true here. I just say new convex error. We can just copy the same error message from the API limits here, just like this. We can use this and just say let's just paste like this. So instead of arguments, we can just say required cost. Just use cost dot job message like this. So now we can get a job ID. So say constant job is equals to await ctx dot db dot get arguments dot job ID. So it's going to try a TypeScript error. So we need to use the as job. So now we're going to say if no job, let's just run error. Let's throw new convex error. Job not found. So then we're going to create the conversation. So I'm going to say conversation ID is going to be equals to await await tx dot db dot job uh dot create, sorry, insert. I need to specify the table name. Then we're going to pass in a user ID, which is argument dot user ID, a job ID, which is arguments dot job ID. And we need to add the as ID uh, jobs. Then text will be the user message dot message. Row will be the row of the user. So let's import that from constant user. And then we have status. So this is just completed, just a job insights from constant dot status or completed. Let's just use completed for this. And the created at this is going to be let me add comma here. Date now. Dot now. Alright, let's add comma here and let's say updated at and dates dot now. So now we have completed it. So the next thing we're going to do is the schedule AI response. But let's just return the conversation ID here. Conversation ID. So we are going to come for that. Let's just make use of this inside the client side. So I'll just go into my components where we have the chat input. And inside the chat input is where we're going to use it. So I'm going to scroll up here and let's import that. So this is going to be use mutation function and let's import the use mutation and also the API. And then this is correct now. So we are going to also have its loading. Let's just duplicate this and set this to its loading and then set its loading. And this should be boolean. Set it to false. So now let's make use of this. We're going to come down here and let's just set this to set its loading to true. And then let's just try and catch here. Then let's do await. Let's convert this to async. And then we'll just say send message. And then we can pass in a job ID, the user. For the message, you just pass in the input. So for the user ID, saying this okay, I say not here. Sorry, we need to change it to not user, and the error should stop. So yeah, we can just catch the error. We can just say constant error message, error message. This is going to be equals to error instance 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 of convex error and error dot data dot message, and then you're going to say to return the error dot data dot message, and then we are going to say else failed to send. So yeah, we're going to also do a check here. Remember, we're going to use error instance of convex error, and we're going to say and error dot data dot type. This type is gotten from the error message we sent. You can look at we have message here and we have type here. So we're getting them from the data and then we send the type. So if the type is equals to, we can just copy this in sufficient credit. You can make this reusable by creating a file to set all the error code. So I just copy it and just put it here. So if this, what we're going to do is we're going to open the upgrade or by credits dialog. Let's just say open the by credits dialog, and then we're just going to return now. And we're going to just say toast. Sorry, not it's not here. We're going to just yeah. Or let's just say toast dot error message. Yeah, we can just say should just so let me just remove it. I'll just say finally set this loading to false. So let's just copy its loading and let's go to where we have the send icon and let's just say if it's loading, then we need to show loader. So get it from Lucy React and just say class name, wait for height for and animate spin. And then we can just do else, just copy this send icon and let's bring it here. And then we can add if it's loading, sorry, if it's loading, this should be disabled and also this too. If it's loading, disable this. So that is it. So we have completed this. So let's test it out and see. So I'll go back to my the app and I'm going to try and send a message here. So let's just send draft me a message. This to have sent. I think I didn't see it loading here. This should have sent. So let me just try and just click on draft a resume for me. And let me click on send. Okay, I can see it. But it's not clearing the input. So we need to set the input here to set input. I'm here like this. Okay, so let's if you click on anyone what skills, it's going to clear the input. So if we go to our database, let's check our database. And let me just click here, click on table, go to JSON conversation. And if we click here, we can see we have three messages here. Draft resume, draft the cover letter, and all of them. Then if you go into API limits here, you can see we have only two credits here. We have only two credits here. So if I try to exhaust everything here, I just click on more stuff like summarize my job, and then click on how do I fit on this role, and then click on the last one, and let's see if it's true. So I'm not seeing any error here. Let me click here. I think okay, yeah, we are not even deducting any amounts here yet. Oh, that's why it is going through. We are not deducting any amount here. We've not deducted any amounts from the job inside conversation here. We're just only checking if it's less. So since we have not deducted, it's going to keep on going through. So let's go and work on the response from our LLM or Gemini AI. So I'll just go back to yeah. So yeah, we're going to collapse this. So we're going to create a different. We're going to use internal action. So I'm going to create internal action here because I'm not going to be using use node. So the reason why I separated it here is because I think because I was using something different here. Because I wanted to use node. So I don't even think we need to even use node here again because I didn't use any external API here. So this could work inside the same file with the mutation function. So I'm going to just create that. So let's just create the export constant. So I'm going to call it we generate AI job insight response. And this is going to be an internal function, internal action. So you can also make this, you can convert it to action here and make use of this directly inside the client side. So action can work inside the client side. So that you can also, because if I'm using it as internal action, I won't be able to see or show a loading state for the AI or display error when it failed. So I'm going to just use it here. So I just want to trigger it once the user send a message. So inside here, we're going to have arguments, and here we're going to pass in the conversation ID. um, conversation ID, v.id, let's say job insights, job. So we don't need the conversation ID, it's a job ID we need here. So I just change this to job ID and just send this to job ID like this. And then we can have the user ID, a video string. Then we can have the user message, which is video string. And then we want to just pass in some job. So I'm just going to send this v or any. So basically what we want to get here is the title and the description. Remember, we are going to send the AI the process or the original description of the job and also the job title. So I'm just going to add that here as any. Then I'm going to add handler here, ctx rjs add, and let's just return this. So you can basically just send them individually. So I just added it like this. So here I'm just going to say constant job data is equals to app.job job title, and then we have the process and process description. This is going to be dot job dot job. So just copy this and paste it here. Sorry, I think I made a mistake. This should be an object here. Then have job title. So like this. So this is how it's supposed to be. So now we need to get a history and also so since we're going to use the history, so since we're going to make use we're going to pass in the history. So we need to get a history or conversation history of the conversation. So and also if you go over to let's go over to text generation of Gemini AI and click on there. You should say that to do a stream message. So I want it to be a streaming message. So if I scroll down to where you see stream, let's click on JavaScript. So I'll see create. Okay. Yeah, we can see chat message string. You can see this is a for loop. So we have to get the chunks of data like this from the stream. So what I want to do is I want to first of all save the data, then just give it like it is loading. Give it so the user thinks it is loading. Then we uh, then we save it as pending. If you go over to our schema, we also add pending, completed, and failed. So we are going to use that to update that. So I'm going to scroll up here. Let's create. Let's first of all get a history. So I'm going to get create a use um, query. Since we're using internal action, we can't directly use the ctx and .db here. So we are going to have to create it separately. So to do that, so let's just say exports constant get conversation history, and here we're going to say query. We just want to query this. You can use mutation if you want. So I can use anyone. So I'll use query first. And let's import that. And here we're going to just pass in some arguments here and also the handler here. So you'll just get a CTX and then the uh, so yeah, we want to pass in a job ID, and this is of type v id dot id, and then we pass in the jobs. Then we also want to pass in limits here. So I want to pass in limits so we can be able to pass the amount we want to get from the data. So this is going to be optional. So I'm going to set a number, and inside here we're going to just use query. Query is equals to await ctx dot db dot query, and we're going to specify the let's say job inside. Then we're going to filter. So we're going to use filter to filter out say um q. So if q dot or yeah if q dot equal to q dot field. So we are specifying the field which is job ID, and then we need to pass in the arguments dot job ID. Then we can order by dot order by descending order. So we just want to get so since we're descending by order, so we're going to check if the user passed the limits. Then we are going to return await a query dot take argument or limits. Else if the user does not pass, we just return await query dot collect. But I'm not advising us to always pass. So I think we can just specify the amount here. If the user does not pass it, we just give it like 5. You can just say take here 5. So instead of getting all the data, you just give it a default of 5. Something like that is okay. So we've gotten the best conversation history. So we can just implement it. So I'm just going to say constant. I'm going to use the await all. So I'm going to say promise dot all. So yeah, I'm going to say ttx dot run query API dot job inside conversation dot get history. So we need to pass in job ID dot job ID. The limit we can just say limits. You can just make it 6. So we can get the history here. And if we override it, we should see the history TypeScript. So here we want to also get a response ID. So let's go ahead and then work on the create conversation. So we first of all create a conversation, store it and give it like a 3 dots. So the user first sees, then we update the existing job conversation. So let me just come up here and then let's just implement that here. So say export constant create is equals to a mutation. So just have the args handler ctx act, and let's just add our async here. So for the arguments, we're just going to have the user ID, job ID text, and role with status. And here we're going to just say return await ctx.db dot insert job conversation, and then we're just going to pass in user ID, which is arguments to user ID. Or let's just just say dot dot dot. Or let's just make them individual. User ID and arguments dot user ID, job ID app dot job ID, text dot app dot text dot text, then row act dot text dot row, status act dot status. So since this is optional, it's going to throw an error. So I'm just going to set this to job inside dot completed, or we can set it to pending. So I just created ads now, date now. I just duplicate this and change this to updated ads, and this to fill. So we can make use of create mutation. So we can run the mutation here. You can see ctx dot run mutation API dot job conversation dot create. Then we are going to pass in the arguments there. So I think status, all of them are required, like user ID, job, text row, except the status. But we're going to pass pending here. So we're going to say user ID, job ID, text is going to be 3 dots, then row, and so we're going to retrieve the response ID here. So now we are done with getting the history and creating the initial data. So let's just say, okay, now we need to get a prompt which we are going to create. And then, so once we get a prompt, we're going to get and so to stream the messages. So we're going to say stream away chat section. So we're getting the chat section from here. You can see we've already set it there. We set a model, so we're going to check if it works. If it don't work, we'll fall back to, we're going to go back to 2.0 flash. So we have the send stream, and based on the documentation for send stream, we have to like get a chunk like this and then update it. So basically that's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, and let full response. We're going to create a variable first. It's going to be equal to empty string. And since it's going to be a chunk of data, we don't want it to keep on updating the database all the time. We want to give it some delay. So we can use let last updates time is equals to dates dot now. Then now we have to use the for based on what they have here, for await constant chunk of string. We can just copy this. So yeah, we're going to just have stream here. Then we're going to say full response plus equals to chunk dot text. So now we're going to only update this certain hours. I'm going to say current constant current time is equals to dates dot now. Then we're going to say if current time minus last updated time is greater than 100, you're going to say or we're going to say chunk and dot include dot text dot include, and we can use full stop to track it. So if you include full stop, then we're going to then run the call to update our database. So you can use other match. You can use match to find a certain stop point. Then to know, okay, it has generated to this point, it has streamed to this point. Then we can update our database. So if not, we can just okay, let's just update our database. So we don't have the update mutation function yet. So we are going to do that here. So after that, we're going to just say latest updated time is equals to current time. So let's just go ahead and do update job conversation. Yeah. So that is it. Let me. So we're going to do that. So let me scroll down here. Let's do it down here. You can also do it at the top, but let me just put it here. So I'm just going to say, okay, for update mutation, we're going to say, okay, ID, job insights, the text, which is optional string. Uh, the text can be optional, because we don't want to update the message, the user message. You say status and this and the patch. So passing the ID and then update it. So we can run this here. So let's just do await run, sorry, ctx dot run mutation API dot job conversation dot update. We say ID is response ID. Text is full response plus. We are going to give it space dot three dot, so it keeps on look at it, tells the user that it's still generating. So once it's full, we just remove this. So let's now so we have updated it. So we are going to then update the last one. So after the whole for loop, you're going to also run this again. So make sure to check this. So updates response ID, that will just respond the full full. Remember we set this to pending, so we're going to set this to completed here. Like this, and this should work. So once we are done with that, we are going to do dot credit. So let's go into job and let's copy the dot credit run mutation. So we just credit here. So we can see run mutation the dot credits, and here we are going to change this to job chat message, and then we just return this like this. So we are done with this. So let's go ahead and work on the prompts. So for the we are going to create a function. I'm going to call it get job insight prompt. Then inside here, we're going to pass in a job data dot job title. You can just say it's empty string. Job data dot process job description. We're going to pass the argument or user message. Then we need to pass in the history. So for the history, we're going to say dot map item. So so the reason why I have to map the data is because the way we stored a schema, look at here, we store it as text sample. But Gemini AI always want our context or history conversation between AI and the user to be in. For basically every LLM has a different way of sending it. So for the text, we have to define it as content. That's what Gemini AI want us to send it the history like that. So then for the role, we have to specify it as user and assistance, or user and model. So model is the assistant, while user is individual message. So I'm going to map that and change. I can say constant or content. I mean, sorry, content is going to be item dot text the user or the AI text. Then the role, we're going to say item dot row is equals to row dot user. Then we'll specify it as small letter user. Else it's going to be model. Then we also need to give a timestamp. So I think I made a mistake here. I need to copy this. I need to remove this again. Just swap it like this. So it's inside an object. Then for the timestamp, so we need to feed the LLM with the timestamp so it knows the latest one. It's there we say item just created at, then we just say to ISO string. So this is how we're going to pass the prompt to the message here. So let's go over to prompt and let's create this. So I'll collapse this one and just say export constant uh, drop inside conversation, and let's go back and then import this. So let's go into our prompt and let's pass in the. So we're going to have the job title. So let's get the arguments of props here. So job title, process description, user last message, conversation history, and I think let me save this. This should stop the error. Yeah. So why is it showing error? Let me see. Okay. Set prop. Okay, yeah, we've not added anything in the prop. So let's just go and then let's get the history here. So we're going to say we have to convert the history to string. So constant history, JSON dot string. We say conversation history, no and to. So now let's return this string. So I'm just going to paste the prompt here. So let me just paste the prompt here. So I'll explain everything. So basically the prompt is so I'm just giving it a message, giving it a role. So you're a world class conversational assistant for job insight and career advice. Your role is to handle natural language conversation, deeply understand the job description and career development, act as a world-class job person, and learn the role expert, offering tailored advice based on job description and user needs. Then engage in deep thinking to analyze the job description, user background, and market trend to provide actionable and strategic insights. Then we have format tool because the AI is adding it because I'm asking the AI to return this in HTML format. So it's adding this practice here. So I've said you can never wrap response in practice in this practice or any code block. Your response must be a plain raw HTML string, starting with a tag of div and ending with div, with no wrapping syntax here. Then we have inline CSS allowed only for space, like this. You know, we say okay, do not use inline. I think I may do not use inline CSS for styling or related to spacing. Okay, yeah, we're telling it okay, don't use something like follower font or animation. Always return a raw HTML string with no batches. So we give it a correct format and incorrect format here. So this is important. We need to add a context memory. So always behave as if you remember the entire conversation. Use the following to maintain consistency. So previous user and assistant messages. This is a history. Then the latest user query is it. Analyze the previous interaction to interpret what the user care about if unsure after clarifying questions. So how to respond strictly? Respond to the latest user message. Tailor your advice based on the job title and description. Speak clearly and let's like like a helpful career coach. Do not generate code or handle unrelated queries. Use emoji. So I just want it to be friendly and calm. That's why I added emoji. Then these are some message handling, like for greeting, respond friendly and natural greeting. For interview related question, direct the user. Okay, I think I can remove this one because I also wanted to let's say okay, direct the user for interview requests. You can change this to uh instead of direct the user, we can say uh give the user interview give the user, and then you can remove this section so it just gives us just give the user the interview based on Q say Q and question and answer type of interview. Let me just say give the user the interview Q and A, or let's just change this to Q and A interview. So for job advice, provide concise tailored advice based on job description. Then we say, okay, focus of well, for out of scope request, just politely explain that the agent assistant focus only on job related topics. Then vague prompt, ask for clarification. Then for cover letter request, we can say, okay, write a professional tailored record. Why for resume request, say, okay, draft a tabular format that match the ATS pattern and is tailored to the job description. Use space with inline CSS only border padding margin. And then we give it an example of how the table structure will be. Then lastly, we have the context here. You can just call this job description. It might not be. It's not actually a context. This is just actually the description, so it knows that, okay. We can also set as a context. So the job title and the job description. And last, you say your mission help user with job insights and only return a valid HTML, no baptist, no markdown, no code, block app. So basically, this is it. You can just copy from the GitHub repo. So now, if we go back our error stop, so I'll just save this action here. And I think we are there. We're going to test this out here. So to run this, we're going to use the scheduler to run this. Once the user send a message, we just trigger the internal action to run. So I'm just going to scroll down to this place where we have this, and we're going to just use let's say await ctx dot scheduler and run after. So I want it to run immediately. I'm just going to say API, no internal, since this is internal dot job action and job inside conversation and response. And here we're going to pass in the prop. So let me just pass in job type, job ID. Let's see what I've we pass job ID here. Okay, we can get job ID from the arguments or from job ID here. Job.id. User ID. We can have we can also just say job.user ID. And for the user message, we can just pass in the ask.user message dot message. While for the job, we can just say job title is equals to job dot job title. Then we have think let me go back here and copy this process description. You just say job dot process description. So we've done. So let's check everything and see if everything is okay. So I think everything is fine. So let's test it out and see. Okay, we can't test it now because we've not retrieved the messages here. So let's just quickly work on retrieving all the messages first. So let's come down here and get the message. So let's just do export constant get messages by job ID. Let me just paste. So like this. So yeah, we're going to just need to pass ID here. So we can just say if not arg dot ID. So we can just return. Basically, can use try and catch here and return. So I just want to pass this like this. I just pass in data access no success false. Then message job ID is required. So here we're just going to say constant messages or conversation is equals to await ctx dot db dot uh, query. So we're going to query this. Query. We're going to say job conversation. Then with index, we're going to use the with index to get by job. Then we're going to match the ones that match the job ID. So query dot equal to the job ID. Then we're going to pass in the arg dot ID. And remember, we need to use the as. And let's specify the jobs here. And then remember, since we're using query, we need to add collect here. And then let's just return data messages and success to true. Let me add comma here. Save that. So we have done this. So let's just copy this and we can go to our chat messages. Yeah. And let's get a query for this. Not inside the chat message, let's switch inside the index. So once this is returned, it's going to you're going to disable the input instead. So yeah, I just say constant data is equals to use query from Convex. I'll have API.com. So just import API dot conversation, job conversation dot inside conversation dot get message by ID, job ID. Then we can pass the job here. Say okay, we can say job ID. If job ID, then we can just say ID is ID is job ID. Else we can just pass in skip. If you pass in skip, it should skip the endpoint from running. So now we've done this, so we can just get this data and pass it inside here. So data is equals to data. Then for disabled, we can say if data is undefined, so should disable. So data is equals to undefined. So it's going to disable this. So let's just go inside the chat message and get the data. So I'm going to just say data of any. Let's say it's any. Where we can get the actual data like this. Click here and you can see the data like this. This is the data. Yeah. And we can see is a list of arrays. You can copy this and paste it as a type here. And we can set this to list of data, but I'll leave it like this. So inside here, we can just set this to object like this data any success boolean. So let's just retrieve and data and username, or from props and the username. So this is a string error. We can check this is saying okay. Does not match because of undefined, yeah, let me add message here. Let's see. Message string is still not stopping the error. Okay, okay. So what I'll do, let me just set everything else in. I'll set everything else in and it should solve the error, yeah. So now we should get the messages here. So I'm just going to say, okay, messages, let's import use memo here. So I'm going to say messages, if not data or data.success, return empty array. But if data.data, uh, we need to, if there's data, we return the data or just an empty array. And you remember, even inside here, we can just, if you look at this, you can see the data here, array, and then the message and undefined. Okay, I think message is undefined here, of type undefined. And this is it. So maybe let's go back and let me say if data is equals to undefined, then let's return loader. We have flex wasteful, flex justify center, cap to p5. Loader height 8, width 8, and limit spin mx02. So yeah, we're going to have, we're going to say, okay, if messages and messages dot length is greater than 0, then we should have a div here. Then this one, I think we can move this here. So yeah, so this I made a mistake at th. So yeah, we should have, we can just do a fragment here and just say message is dot map message any index number. So I'm just going to so I'm going to also replace all of these with the types here. I'm going to come back and fix the type. It's not advisable to use any here. So I'm going to so we say constant is user. So we want to make sure to get the user message. So it's user message, just a message dot row is equals to row dot user. So let me import the row from constant and user. So if the row is dot user, if it matches, that means this is a user message. So I'm just going to say return. We're going to return a div here, and let's just put a class name. Let's first of all add key here. Key. We can say message dot underscore id. Then here we can just have. So we're going to position the messages here. So I'm going to say cn. We're going to say flex. Then item end. So I'm just going to say it's going to be justified, and if is user if user message, then it should be justified to the end. And then we are going to have a div here, a class name, and then we're going to also create a dynamic CSS, a style. Then I'm going to just put flex here, flex column, space y2, text space, mx max width large, and mx2. So just put comma here and just say order or one item end. So if it's user message, why order two if not user message, the item starts. Then we're going to increase set the width for this width for XL. So we're increasing the width. We're going to say it's not user message. So that is going to be for the AI message. So we're going to also have a div here again. And this div is going to have class and also cn flex cap 2. We're going to say item end for user message is user message. Then item starts if not it's user message. And then we're going to show the avatar here. So for the avatar, we're going to say okay. So this is going to be the AI avatar. So we're going to say it's not if not user message, then we are going to have the avatar here from UI avatar. So import that, have class name of width 8, height 8, and then we're going to have avatar fallback from UI avatar. We're going to have class name of shrink 0 and bg gray 200, and let's put AI here. Then after below this, we're going to have a div here. And let's see if we have a class name, it's going to be dynamic. So I'm going to let me just space this here. So we're going to have px4 py2 rounded rounded large inline block, and then let's add some styling to the actual message background. So I'm going to say we're going to say bg black. I'll give it 80 0.8 opacity, text white. So this is going to be for the user message display. I'm going to say is user message. I'm going to duplicate this. So if this is not user message, then we're going to change this to, let's change to gray 50, and text is going to be gray 900. So now we're going to also we're going to now paste the content of the message here. So I'm going to say message ID, like, and then also the message. Then we can copy this, bring it down here after the message. Yes, after the space, we are going to set this to if user. Then we are going to just say let's change this to black. and give it slash 80 text white and text small. I think I should have done that here. So let me just also change this to text small here. So here we're going to use the username and get the let's get the first character 0, and if not, we just say u here. So I so I can't still showing undefined here. I think there's a problem. Um, let's check our API here. So just going to job insights. I think I've seen this. Okay, you can see this was moved inside it. So I think this show made a mistake. So I moved this inside the if, and now this should get the data. So I just go to my message and just not inside the message. In the index, I'm just going to revert this to use a skip to. So this is still analyzing the code and deploying the source code, and then we should be able to retrieve the data. So I'll just make sure everything's fine here. Now we're actually getting the okay, yeah, we can see it now. So you can see that all the message here was from me. So we've not asked the LLM anything. So I'm just going to go into uh yeah. So inside a job, you see, and let's console. Um, let's make sure this is returning data. So I'm just going to go here and then let me console the stream here. Or should I console the stream? Or let me console. Or let's just try. Let's just try it. Let's try it. Let's try and send. Let's try and send. How should I send it? Let's try and say draft it and just summarize the description. So let me confirm this is already been. So just saying summarize description. And we can see AI is showing this to say, okay. Also, here's a quick summary of the, yeah, you can see full-time hybrid position for this. And if you drag this up, you can see details about the companies here, about Clear and the salary they offer and the qualification. And we can check everything similar to what the AI is bringing. They are looking for 5 years reporting directly to CTO and the benefits. If you look here, we can get the benefits here. We can see the benefits here they offer. So, and sounds just let me know. So we can dive into a specific part of the description. So you can just say, okay, draft me a cover letter. And then the AI should say process, okay. And you can see, okay, heavy draft a cover letter for a product engineering role in tech. Like, so yeah, it's saying, okay, application for this, and it's giving you. So I can ask it, summarize it, summarize, summarize it. Let's see if it remember the last question I asked it. So let's see what it's going to, okay. So I think it's picking the it's summarizing the rule for me, not actually based on my previous question. So I'm going to have to tell it to shorten the cover letter, and it should send an issue. Yeah. And you can see that it's okay, shorten it, and you can see a short version of it, and you can see that. So let's start with the draft the resume for me. And if you click on draft the resume, you should see a run out of credit. So you can see that our credit has finished. If I go over to uh, here and click on the API limits, You can see we have 0 credit. So this is great. So it's gonna work here because our credit is finished. So let's go ahead and then work on. So we are done with this. So we're going to work on the payment side of it, and we're going to be able to display the credit here, and also work on the upgrade model or buy credit model. So let's go ahead and then work on that. So let's go ahead and work on the upgrade or buy credit model. So before we go ahead and work on the payments, so let's create a hook first for this. So I'm going to call this uh upgrade model hook. Okay, should we use upgrade mod? So I didn't add the S here. So I'm going to be using the Nox. You can use state if you want. So I'm just going to just okay. So use upgrade model. It's open set is open model close model. So we're going to use this inside the components. So let's just go ahead and create a component here. So let's go into the component here where we have the signing model. Let's just say create upgrade model .tx. Made spelling mistake here. So let me just say upgrade here. RASCE. So we can copy this and let's go into layout and paste it here. So going to layout, not this layout, and let's just add it here. So just import this and let's go into the upgrade here. So yeah, we're going to just get constants. Let's say it's to use client 2. So just say use user. Let's get that. Get a user. Yeah, we can just say constant by credits on creates. We can call it on create order of by credits. So this will attach the button. So let's get the hook here. Use upgrade order. Let's get is open and close model. So now we need to have the selected credits. So I'm going to selected credits. But user I need to select the credits. As a set selected credits. So selected credit is going to be a use state, and we're going to set the credit defaults here. So I think I add them into the API limit here. So we have uh everything concerning the default here. You can have it in the API limit. So I just go inside here and then I just add it at the top here or the bottom here. Let's add it to the bottom here. So I'm just going to so yeah, basically we have credit default value 100. We just want to position the slider to a certain position. Then we can say, okay, the minimum limit or the minimum slider limit is 10 and the maximum is 300. You can set it to maximum to 500, 100, 1000, anyone you want. So I'll just go to my upgrade model and let's just copy this. Let me come here, copy credit default value. And let me just import it from API limits. So now, so I want to calculate the total that price for the credit. So say constant the total price is going to be equal to the selected credit times selected credits times the per credit. So if you go back to API limits, remember we have per, uh, price per credit. So this can be 0.1 times the 100 credits. So we're going to see that. So I'm just going to import that here. And we're going to see the amounts of total pricing. So let's go ahead and work on the component itself. So we're going to be using dialog. So I'm just going to get dialog from UI. And so we're going to also have is open and unchangeable to unclose. So we're going to pass in the weight model here. And then we're going to have dialog content from UI. Let's give it a class name of small size max width 4 4 to 5 pixel. Let's add a dialog header, dialog title, from UI dialog, and we can have flex item center gap to. Then we can just pass in icon here, sparks icon, sparks. You have class name of width 5, h5, and text primary. And then we can just say bike rate. So below the header, we're going to have the div, and this will have a class name of space y space 6 that's 6 mt1, and you're going to have like an alert or message say flex item center item starts, and there is also a gap 2 pg red 50 p3 100 large text primary. We have info icon class width for height for mt 1.5 shrink 0. Then we're going to have a p tag with the class x small. So you can just give a message explaining how it works. So each credit allows you to use AI for the job inside tax job insights. Kind of like that. So basically, here you're going to have the slider here. So the credits slider. So we're going to have a div here, and let's see if we have a class name of space y4, and we're going to have flex between and the credits. Then below here we're going to have the slider. So we didn't add slider function to UI, so let's just go and add that here. Let me just cancel this. I'll just say npx shanty cdl. So I'm going to use the version I use, 0.0, add slider. So let's wait for this to install. So just use by force, use first, and then it should install the dependencies. So now for the slider, we're going to just use the slider and also set credits. So we're going to import the minimum limit and the maximum limit. I set the step for the slider to 10. Add the on-chain value, we're going to set to credit, select credit. Yeah. So let me copy this. Okay, that's installed. So let me just let me import it. So I'm going to import the slider from UI slider and the error should stop. So let me just run my server. And then now we have we can have the button here. So I'm just going to put space here and say button from UI button. And here we're going to say by selected credits credits for we're going to add the dollar sign total price dot fix to. So here we can just say on click. This will be the on click order. Disabled is going to just set it to false. We're going to use that for the it's loading. So let me just set it to false. Then we have the class name. So we're going to have width for page gradients. We're going to have to R is to right. Then we're going to have from primary to purple 600, text white, and disabled with opacity 50, like this. So we're going to show the loader here later. So I think we're done with this. So for the user, I'm going to just use this to verify this. I'm going to just get and use a sign model. Let me just say open sign a model. And we're going to just use to say if not user return. Okay, just say open just to verify the user sign. So let's just save all of this and let's check it out. So let's go and add this. So let me just copy the upgrade model and go over to the sidebar, app sidebar, and where we have the upgrade. So I'm just going to come up here and let's just import this here. I'll say constant. And let's import the use upgrade model. And then we see open model, just import, copy this, scroll down here, and let's just paste this here. So we've not fetched the credits, we're going to do that. So I'm just going to just open this. And once I click this, we can see the credit. So each credit allows you to use here for the job insight. So you can see if you have other credits, so let me go back to use, but so we can understand it. So I have 100 credit, and this is going to be, since it's 0.1, we are going to have like 100 uh times 0.1. So you can increase it. So this will give you, or we can say see $1 gives you 10 credits. You can change that. So this if you have 10 credits, 10 credit times 0.1 will give you 10 $1. So this will give you $1 for 0.1. So you can increase it to 0.5 and this will increase it. So that is it. So if I click here, this should so I'm just going to you can increase it to 300, give $30. For $20 you can have 200 credits. Why for $10 you have 100 credits? So basically you can just test or play around with it and know which one is best. So I'm just going to remove this and then we are going to also add this in the let me go back to where we have in the app sidebar. I'm going to copy it. Scroll up back. Let's copy this. Let's go back to the job info form. And you see the space we're going to pass. So I'm going to pass it here. So I'm going to just paste it here. Import the upgrade model, open model here. And I'm going to just do like this. And also for the input, chat input, we're going to also do the same thing. So go into chat input. And if you see, we also specify that here. So I'm just going to also paste this here. So let me just paste this here. Let me import it. And let's just say, let me just paste it like this. And now we can test it out now. So if you see, if you try to click on any and this is scrolling, we've not been able to fix it. So let's go ahead and fix this scroll bar. Not scrolling to the bottom, so it should be scrolling to the end. So let me just say this first. So if I click on summarize description, you can see that it shows the model here. So let's get like this. So let's just go and fix that scroll bar from not scrolling to the end once you reload the page. So I'm just going to go into messages and let's we're going to create a hook first for that. So I'm just going to go into the hook and say where's hook. We're going to have use. So I'm going to call it use scroll button dot tx. And I'm basically going to use effect. So I'm going to use a message end with HTML and div elements, and then I'm going to use this effect and passing dependency, which is going to be any type of dependency that will call this from fetching. So I'm going to save this and let's go. Let's just copy use button. Go over to chat messages and scroll to the top, and then before the data, yeah, like here, you can just say constant container end ref or message end ref. You can call it anything. So I'm just going to paste this here and I'm going to import it from the hook and then I'm going to pass in dependencies like the data. So from the container ref, I'm going to scroll down and you can see it's diff we passed here. So I'm going to just say ref and I'm going to see that. So if I try to reload this, this should take me to the bottom. And you can see it works. So it takes me to the bottom. That is great. So we are done with this now. Everything's working. So it just remains for us to work on the payment and also get the credit. So let's create a credit balance. Let's work on the credit balance first before working on the payments. So I just go clear everything here. So go into my Convex and inside API limits and let's do get credit here. So let's just uh, get this here. So I'm going to import query and then I'm going to just say I'll get user credit, passing user ID, and then we can get the queries here. So I'm going to say constant API limit is equals to await.ctx.db. So let me add equals to here. The query API limits. Then we're going to use dot with index by user. You're going to say q dot user ID arguments.user ID. So in order for this not to show error like this, I'll just let me use try catch here. Then I'm going to use just unique. So yeah, I'm going to just say if not API the limits, if there was no exit, so just return credits. We're going to get a free credits. But if not, just return the actual credits, which is API limits the credits. Then yeah, I'll just say return credits 0. Like this is okay. So we can just use this inside the sidebar. So I'll go into components app sidebar, and here we're going to just get the API limits. Just import the use query from Convex API. You import that from API. I think sorry. Does get credits. So yeah, we want to also show the user is the. So let me just move this to the top here. So let's say constants is loading is going to be equals to API limits is equals to undefined. Then we say constant credits is equals to API limits dot credit. If it's not equals to undefined, uh, it's not equals to undefined. You can say API credit limits. Oh, okay. API dot credits. Let's say it's 0. So let us pass scroll here and let's pass in the credits and let's change this to loading credits. So loading credits. And let us put it to loading credits. And let me just scroll up, click here, and you should see 0.0 credits. So let's just go ahead and work on the payment side of it. So for the payment, you're going to be using PayPal. So let's just go over here and open PayPal. So just search for developer PayPal and click on the first link here. So we're going to be using our backend. So I'm going to clear everything here. Close, and we're going to be using payments here. So let's create payment.tx. And we're going to also have payments action. So let me just let's so make sure to log in. Let me log in. So we need to get a client ID and secret ID. And the okay, we're not installing any package. We're going to use the API for this. So let me just scroll up. Okay, click on login. So I'm going to log in with my account. So I've logged into my developer PayPal dashboard. So make sure to log in. And if you log in, this is how the dashboard will look like. So if you scroll down here, we need to create our API key. You can see API sandbox API webhook. So to get the API code here, click on here API and it should load. And then we can create a secret key, get a client key and secret key. So I already created one. You can use default, so you can just create a new app here. So click on create new app And then this will ask you create a new app. For anyways, this is not showing clearly. So let me zoom in. Okay. So this is showing app name. So I have to give it an app name. So I'm going to say AI job assistance. And we can select merchant here, merchant for accept payment as a merchant seller. Then you can pick this, then click on create. And this will create a client and API, a client and secret key for us. So it has redirected us. So let me check. Let me click enter. It didn't show anything. Okay, now it has load. So let's wait for it to load. So now we can see it has redirected us to the newly created app we created. You can see live credential sandbox. So this is the client and the secret. So I'm going to copy this. And then let's go into our EMV. We're going to copy and paste this here. So first of all, what we're going to post let's paste the API sandbox paper.com is the API based URL because we're going to be using API. And then we can also get the clients and then key. So I'm just going to say PayPal clients ID and also PayPal client secrets. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and copy this one and paste it here. I notice that I'm not adding next public here because I'm not using it on the client side. I'm using it on the backend. So that's why. And since we're going to be implementing PayPal inside the Convex, we use node environment one time. We are going to also add all of this inside our Convex. So let's just go into our Convex and add it into the environment variable. So I'm just going to go into my settings here. Click on settings and then let's add it here. Show credentials. Okay, no, not here. Click on environment variable. And let's add everything. So use client PayPal clients, pass it here. We'll copy the variable and let's add another thing. I don't know, say PayPal secrets, and let's get this, paste it here, add, and we're going to say PayPal page URL. I think I'm making a mistake here. Cancel this. Okay, PayPal page URL and also the API URL here. And let's save this. So now we save it. So now let's go into our payments uh payment here. So since we're going to be using paper, we're going to use node runtime. So I don't want to create this inside because I'm going to actually create the creates notation, or let's just first of all create the create notation before going over to create the actual API. So for the create notation, let me just open the schema. And if we're going to schema, we're going to pass the user ID, pay, paper order ID, transaction ID, amount, credit, and status. So we're going to create and update let's say constant create mutation. So import that, and this will have the arguments and also the handler async, and there we can just say ctx and then act. So we're going to pass in the let's pass in the arguments here. We can change this to create payments here, and I'll just import this. So this optional, let's import the payments status. So this is the user ID, this amount, this is the paper transaction ID, and this is the paper order. So let's just say constant pay payments ID. We're going to create payments ID is equals to await cv.ctx.db dot insert into payments, and we're going to get the PayPal order and stuff here like this, and we're going to just return payments ID. So for the update payments, you're going to just call this now. So let me import these two things here. ID. So we have update payments mutation. We pass in the payment ID is required. We can pass in status. These two are optional. And then we check if it's missing, we try an error. Then we pass in the updated value like this. And we're going to only update the status. I didn't pass the transaction ID. Okay, I pass it. I didn't pass the. Okay, let's pass this to payments. So let me just put like this. Put like this is okay. So we've completed the create payment and the update payment. So let's go ahead and work and create the. Let's create a file called payment action. .tx. So this will be using the node runtime because we're using an external we're using RCS here, and I think we installed RCS in the package JSON. If you check, we installed RCS. So we're going to use RCS with PayPal. So let's go over to PayPal, and we've copied everything we need here. So you can use webhook here. Okay, you can add webhook, or you can add webhook here. So I'm not going to be using the webhook. I'm going to be using the default, the verifying or confirming this. Let me log in. So the next thing we're going to do is make sure to go to developer PayPal API REST. So we're going to make use of the REST API. So we're going to come over here and scroll down. Uh, let me let me uh, let me open this. Okay, yeah. So here we can see API integration. Uh, if you scroll down here, you can see orders. So just click on orders. Then we can click on create orders. So we can see there's a bunch of different API you can use here. So I'm going to click on create order, and we're going to implement create order. So for create order, to make use of it, I just let me zoom in so we can see the inside. Okay, let's click on this. I want us to see the body. Okay, look at the request ID. I want us to see the example. Okay, we can see the body here. Okay, yeah. So basically, to use this endpoint, you can see the endpoint sandbox endpoints, and yeah, you can see the click here. This is the body. You can see the parts, the endpoints, v2, and check out others. And if you look at the payload here, the body, let's look at the. I don't think we're showing the headers here. I'm not showing the headers here. So basically, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to pass in the PayPal, but we're going to we can change the landing page to billing, then shipping address now, action pay now. Then we have to pass in the return URL and the cancel URL, and we also need to pass in the pay purchase units, invoice ID, amount, and the item. So we're not passing the items. So basically, this is what we're going to do implement here. So let me just go over to my payment action, and let's implement. So we need to get the PayPal client ID from the env local all of this inside the pair action. And we're going to be using action on internal action. So we're going to be using action on the client side. So I'm going to just get the paper client and the base URL. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to create a helper function to get the access token. So we're going to get the PayPal access to PayPal access token. So to do that, we're going to say constant get access token is equals to async, and this will just return us a promise of a string, and then let's just return this. So we're going to say constant, and we can't just pass in the client ID. We're going to use the client ID and the client secret to pass to the headers. So we need to convert both of them into buffer. So I'm going to say auth is equals to buffer dot from. We're just going to pass both of the clients, the paper client's ID. We're going to put space here, put column here, and we're going to put PayPal client secrets. And then we're going to convert this to base 64. So let's say dot to string, and let's just pass in base 64 here. So now we're going to say constant response Asius. Let's just import Asius. So let me just import it here. Import Asius from Asius. So yeah, we're going to say dot post, and then we're going to pass in the API's URL, and we're going to use the v1 slash OAuth 2 slash token, and we're going to pass in the grant type is going to be equals to the client's underscore credentials, and then we need to pass in the headers. We're going to say headers is going to be content type, uh, content type application, application slash x w form URL encoded. I think we can also see this inside the. We should see it inside the. Anyways, I can't see. I can't see it though. I can't see it here. So let's just complete it here. So encoded. So this is correct. Then we have the authorization. We're going to use basic, and we're going to pass in the auths. Yeah. So this is using OAuth, and then we're going to just return response data as access token like this. So we've implemented that. Let's create the export the action. For instance, create file order action, and let's import action. So we're going to get the arguments, and for the argument, we're going to pass in the user ID, amount, credits, and the redirect URL. Then we're going to have handler. async promise string, and let's import the v, and then we're going to also use a try and catch, and we're going to get the access token is equals to get access token. Then we're going to run the payments, get the payments ID from the, let's say, constant payments ID is going to be equals to await. So we're going to first of all save it, run mutation, ctx, or within pass ctx, ctx, and args. Then run mutation, then API dot payments dot payments dot create payments. So we're going to pass in user ID, amounts, uh, let's just open this and get the amounts, credits, and redirect URL with user ID. Then credits, it's going to be credits. Then we pass status to payments, payment status dot pending. And then we're going to now call the endpoint here, the create order endpoint. So let's create the order. So I'm going to use constant response. It's await. So this is the API. Let me change this to create paper order. So await as use and the post, and then we are going to provide the API. So the API is going to be PayPal. We're going to put the base URL, API URL slash v2 checkout slash orders. And we need to pass in the body. So for the body, we are going to pass in the intent first. So for the intent, we're going to call capture. Then we have to pass in the purchase unit. So you can just give it an object, and this contains the amount. The amount, and this amount has an object of the currency we want to charge. So we're going to say currency code and USD, and we have to set the value. So for the value, we're going to say amount, and we need to convert this into to fix to float. So since we are going to create the order and we are going to redirect the, we're going to have to create another one to capture the order, or you can call it and verifying the order. We need to track the payments ID. You need to keep the track of the payments ID. So once PayPal redirect us back to the website, when trying to verify, we'll be able to get a payment ID and update this to completed. So to do that, PayPal only accept one um, external, should I call it external ID? It can be invoice ID or custom ID, and does not take object. So the custom ID is a string, and there's no other way you can pass metadata. Okay, yeah, you can pass metadata to within PayPal, except it is custom underscore ID or invoice underscore ID. Uh, you can see it here. Let's check this. I can. see this here. Let me just zoom out. Uh, okay, yeah, we can see what it means. You can see intent here. Intent required. You can see captured. Let me zoom out a little bit. So let's look at the payload here. So basically, this is invoice ID. It didn't show custom ID here. So, but we're going to add use custom ID. We're not going to make use of the invoice ID. So, let's complete this. Click on this. You can see description, reference ID. You can see custom ID here. So, and they give us the amount of the character is going to be 1 to 2, 2 to 5. Invoice ID 2. And okay, we even have the reference ID. So this is we can say okay, API caller provide require multiple. Okay, other two patch. So you can use any of these here. So let me just use the custom ID. You can use the reference ID too. I think reference ID is okay. So I'm going to just say custom ID. For this, I want to keep track of the payment ID. Payment ID. Just change it. Just make sure this is string and the payment ID. So we need to convert to string because the payment here is returning as string and table name. So I'm going to set it to string. Then we are going to pass the credit here. So we want to update the amount. We've set the amount of the credit, and we want to also set. We also want to get the credit. Why? Because we're going to deduct. We're going to add the credit to the API limit. So to do that, we're going to add credits. We're going to get the actual credit. So I don't want to get the API, start calling the API to get just the credits from the payment side. So we can just pass it to them here. Then for the application application context, we're going to pass in the redirect URL. So return underscore URL redirect URL. We have the cancel URL. So I just send to the same place. We can use user action here. User action is going to be pay now. You can say landing page. Landing page could be login or billing. So I'll use billing here. And shipping preferences, no shipping. So for the landing page, billing is set to is out as the guest checkout. But most times it does not work, some may work. So it depends. People might decide to make the user to log in first. So it depends on using the billing or logging in. So we are done with this now. We are done with the body. Let's go ahead and then pass in the header. So for the header, we're just going to use the same thing here. Let me just copy this. Well, we're going to change this from the form. We're going to change this to JSON application JSON, and then change this to access token. So this is going to be bearer token. So we can see we have the access token here. So I'm just going to pass it here, and then change this to bearer. And now people will generate a payment link for us. which we're going to the user is going to have to, we're going to redirect on the client side. So we're going to say constant approval and link. We're going to get a link from the response.data, the link, the find, link. You can just set this to any, and then you can just say link the rel if it's equals to approve. Then we can just check if no approval link. Go new convex error, no approval link found. Repeat all. So we just return the link here. We say approval link dot ref, and then we can just show an error here. So fail to create error to create order. So we've completed the create order now. The next thing we're going to do is to capture order. So if I let me just zoom this in. Uh, okay. Let me uh let me scroll down to where we can get this. Why is it something like this? So let me just go back. So we can confirm an order, authorize payments order, or capture payments for order. So we want to capture the payments here. So I think I've been here. So for the capture, we can see the API here. Let me click on Node.js. There we can see, let me zoom in. We can see that this is a post request with you can see we need to provide the order ID and also slash capture and the bearer token. And then this should return the response for status completed and the name and other information. So let's just go ahead and implement that here. So I'm just going to say constant, export constant, capture, PayPal, PayPal order. We're going to use action here. And there, so I just put the arguments here. We're going to pass in the order ID and the user ID. Then we're going to have the handle. So this should be let's just say CTX and args. So we're going to let's get the access token from here. I just copy this and let's wrap this in try or catch here. And then I'm just going to paste this here. Then we need to get the response is equals to await Asios dot post. And let me set this to async. Then we're going to pass in the URL. So we say PayPal base URL, API URL slash v2 slash checkout slash orders. We're going to pass in the order ID and then capture. So let me just set order ID and user ID. So then we're going to pass in the headers here. So okay, from here we're going to put an empty body here because we're not going to pass any body here. We're going to just get this header like this. Not here, this one. Uh, this one. Let me scroll down and let's just paste it here. So we can get a response now. So let's get the data, the payments captures here. So, capture is equals to response dot data dot purchase underscore units dot index 0, and then we are going to also get the payments dot capture and then dot index 0. So this is it. Then we're going to check if there is no capture. Then we know that okay, capture is not found. So we're going to say if no capture, then let's throw an error, convex error, saying capture data not found. So we have constant transaction ID. We want to get the transaction ID, which is the transaction ID from the payment from the capture, which is the capture ID. That's ID. Now we need to get a custom ID, which we set here, which is a custom underscore ID. Which is just a custom underscore ID, custom ID and capture underscore dot custom underscore ID. So then to retrieve our payment ID and credit, remember we joined this like this. So we need to split with this column. This uh so let us say constant custom ID dot splits. Then we're going to say payments split by this column, and then we have the payments ID, which is the first one, and credit. And now we need to update the payment. So await CTX dot mutation, one mutation API dot payment dot update payment. We pass in a payment ID which we want to update. We pass in payment order, which is the order ID. We are going to pass in transaction ID and status to completed. And then we are going to add credit. So let's go ahead and then work on the mutation, or yeah, the mutation to add credit. So add credits. So let me just go into API limits, and let's just work on the add credits. So just say exports constants add credits notation async. Just pass in the arguments here, user ID and credit. Then we just get the CTX and args. Then we just say constant user limits is equals to array ctx.db. Does query API limits or with index by user. We're going to say return q dot equals user ID. Yeah, args dot user ID. I will just say dot unique. Then if not user limits, then we can just throw an error vex error user not found. Now we need to add a new credit. So say constant the new credits now. The new credit balance is equals to we need to float this. Say pairs float. We say user limits dot credit plus args dot credit dot to fix. So and now let's update await the ctx dot patch db dot patch user limits dot underscore id. Then our credit balance now will be the new credits. So that is it. So let's go over to the payment action and let's run this. So yeah, we're just going to say await ctx dot one notation API dot API limits dot add credits. User ID is arg. Let's check if it exposes your user ID and then credits. So we need to make sure since this credit is going to be string, let's just change it to integer. Yeah, integer or float. Yeah, can change to float or integer, but I'll leave it to integer. Then we can just return response dot data. So to catch the error, let's first of all come up here and let's check if this the capture status is going to be undefined. So we should also check that we can check the let's check this side too and check the response for this. See if we can see capture. Okay, we have status completed here. So we are going to find for the status, and then we are going to also update the database to payment field. So great, let's do that. So I just say if so I'm going to capture for decline and field. So if decline field, okay, we can say dot include inside capture dot status, and then we are going to update our database. So what I'm going to I'm going to try to get the payment ID here. So to get the payment ID, I'm just going to just remove this. So we can move this to the top if well, I'm not sure I'll be able to get the financial ID here. Let's just move it to the top. Then instead of this, we can just make use of the payment ID here. So what we can do is say if payment ID, then we just do await. Let's just copy this whole thing here. And then we're passing the payment ID. Uh, we are just going to set this to false. Fit. Then uh, we don't need to pass transaction ID. So I think we should just move this down so nobody thinks that we are going to get any transaction ID and this we can just only have uh the custom ID. So basically I'll just move every of these transaction ID to below here. Then we can have these two here. So for the other, you can pass the other ID here. Yes, we can pass this here. Then we can have um you can also throw the error, new convex error, and you can say payment verification failed. Basically like this. And then we need to update the payment here. So if you need to get payments ID, if this fails, so to get the payments ID, can we use the other ID? I don't think we set the other ID here. So let me just throw error here. Let me just throw new convex error. I'll say payment failed like this. Yeah. So now we have completed this. What we're going to do is I'm going to scroll up. I think we are done with and confirm everything is okay. Let's add a width here because I think we are using API saying returning promise here. Let's just say a width here. So let's go ahead and work on the uh we're going to work on the create order endpoints here. We're going to use the create order inside. So we need to also have the redirect URL. So I'm going to just go ahead and create that page. So I'll go into my app and just create it inside the dashboard, group route, and I'll just say verify payments. Then I'll have page. Then inside I just have a FCE, verify payments. So now we're going to we're going to place the redirect URL in the env file. So I'm just going to come down here and we're going to have next public. So it's just like this. So just say local authority and verify payments. Make sure it's same thing with the page we created. This one verify payments. So let's just go into let me go into my components here, click on upgrade model, and then we can just make use of the endpoints, the action we're creating. So we're going to make use of this. Remember, this is for public, internal action is for only internal. So I'll go into my upgrade model and let's create a state here for loading. I'll say constant uh is loading, set is loading, use states false. And then let's get the let me just put this. Okay. Let's get the it's a constant create order, create PayPal order. It's going to be equals to use action from Convex here. Then we have API of payments. So import API dot payments action dot action dot create order. So this is going to act like multiplication function for us. So we've checked the user, then we can set the loading to true, and then we can use try catch here. And let's await PayPal approve or let's say PayPal URL. I'll wait, sorry, constant here. So we're going to pass in the amount. So the amount is the total price. User ID is the user dot ID. Credit is the selected credit the user wants to buy. And with direct URL, you're going to get that from Next Public. So let's just come to the top here and let's just get it. So I just say process constants, process dot, sorry, Next Public URLs, process dot env dot, right. So make sure they are the same thing with what we have here. So we are done with it. So let's just copy this and let's just pass it here. And let's change this to async. So we're going to use window dot the location dot ref is equals to payments URL. Then for the error, we can let's just console the error. And then we can just say constant error message is equals to error instance of convex error. And error message, error dot data dot message. I think I didn't pass message inside data. So maybe I'll just use like this. Let's say error dot data, error dot data. Or let me just, I didn't pass so let me just say failed to create order. Let me confirm this. Did I pass the message? We can check it, sure. We can confirm this as this is to we can get the data the message. So I'm going to console this error dot data the message here. And then uh we just say toast dot error. So make sure we import toast from sooner error and just pass in the error message. And then we say finally set loading to false. And here we can just have we can have if it's loading, then we show a loader class width 4, height 4, animate spin. Then else we're just going to let's just do like this. So I just copy this like this and paste it here. So we've been able to have completed this part. So let's go to the verification page and complete that site. So I'll go into my verification page and then let's implement this part. So let's convert this to use clients. Because we're going to get the parents, we're going to get the let's first of all get a user from clock, and then we're going to say user constant search parents is equals to use search parents. Let's say constant token is equals to search parents. get token, which is going to serve as the order ID. Then we're going to create a state, which we're going to use to track the status. So I'm just going to say use states. And there I'm going to just say, let's track loading or success or error. And there we're going to put the default value loading. So you say status and set status. So uh let's get the create capture. I mean capture paper order. It's going to be equals to use action API to import as payments action dot capture order. So we're going to use this effect to catch this up. So use effects. Let me put empty array here. Then inside here we're going to say if token and user dot ID. Then we're going to say async and let's call it function. Try catch. And we're going to say await capture order. I will say order ID. It's going to be token. User ID is going to be user dot ID. So I think we return some response, we return a value here for the capture, return data here. So let me just go back to my payments, but we're not going to need it here, but I'm just going to try to console it. So let me just get the response here or data, you can call it data. So I'm just going to try to console so I can see console the log. Then we're going to set status to success. And here we're going to just set status to error. And here we're going to get the payment. So I just go to my upgrade and copy this error message here. Then I'll go back to page. I'll just say it here. And let's import Convex here. We can just say fail to verify uh fail to verify payment. Say that. And then we are going to sorry, this is supposed to be here. And we're going to just like this. So let's also run the toast message. Toast dot error message like this. We need to also console this error message here. So I think I'll console it here so we can see uh whether we are outputting the right message or your limits. Yeah. Okay. So error is not unknown. Let me just return error. So we need to pass in the dependency. Say pass in the it's a user dot id think this is okay. Capture, okay, capture that order here. I can pass that to you. So, so I'm going to have a div here, and this div we're going to have class name flex colon item center. It's going to just show the loader and or the error message or the loading message here. So I'm going to say justify center hate screen. Then we're going to have a div that shows the icon. Then we have h1, and then we have our p tag. And then we're going to just let me break this down here, and let's add some padding here before. And then inside this div, we're going to just have p8 text center mx. Sorry, you need to move this div inside here like this. And then we're going to give this a maximum width, so it stays in the center of MD and widthful. Then we need to pass in the icon here. So the icon could be either the loader, the icon for success, icon for field. Why this is going to be the class name, sorry, class name, text Excel, font semi-bold, text gray 800, and there we have the title. Right here we have the class text gray 500 MT2, and here we can have the description. So I want this to be dynamic, and we don't want to keep on doing the same thing for both the loader, field, and set. So I'm going to create an object and use to get the status based on all of them. So I'm going to come down. So I'm going to paste this here. So let me just import it. I'm going to go through all of them. I'm going to just import all the icon I'm going to use. So basically, this is an object, and we are filtering the object based on the status we are passing. So status can either be loading, can either be success or error based on what we have here. And you can see we set it to loading. Then we have success here, and we have error here. So now we have the icon, and we set the icon with 16, high 16, MX auto, B44 animate pin. Then try to verifying payment. Please wait while we process the payment. Then if success, we have the same icon, we just change the color to text green 500, and we say your payment has been processed successfully. If failed, we just change the color to text red 500, and say payment failed. There was an issue processing your payment, please try again. And then we pass in status here as the key to filter to match any of the key here. So we structure the response here, the output, and get the current icon and title. So I'll just come down here and just say icon. Uh, so since status here is loading, we can have a fallback here. If you can say okay, if not, you can say it's to error, or you can say it's to success. So I'm just going to leave it like this. I don't think status will have any fallback here, any undefined here. Okay, I think it might have here based on this slide. If toast and this is undefined, we can just set it to set status to error. Okay, so let's also pass the title here. So I'll just enable this. and also a description. So that is all. So we've completed everything. So what we're going to do is to test it out. So I'm just going to clear everything here. And let's make sure my server is loading. So npm run dev. And then I'm going to also have npx convex dev. So this should be loading. And let me go over to my uh, localhost 3000. And let's try to place payments here. So if PayPal is going to show the login page, you will need to use the sandbox login and password, email and password. So if you go over to your PayPal, again, not this one. If you go into the dashboard, developer PayPal dashboard, and this is the account, this is the app we created, the API job assistance. If you come down here, you can see the email and password you can use to sign in. So just make sure to click on the copy the email and copy the password. So let's try and click on make buy credit. So I'll click on this and let's click on buy 100. Let's see if this will redirect us to PayPal. So I think it failed. So let's see failed to create order. It didn't give us the reason why it failed. So let me click here and see. Uh, so let's go into our convex action. Something's missing here. It's a fail to create order. So let me just console log this error. So something is wrong. Something is wrong here. Let me confirm everything. The payment, the let me click on create order and check everything I put in here is correct. And like the capture. Pay now, return URL, amounts, currency code. Amount, custom ID, and let's try it again and see if it's failed again. So I just close this. Click on this and then let's open this. So let me click on buy queries. So it said request not well. And so I found the issue. The issue is because I missed out some things here. So let me click here. So it should be purchase. It's S. You can see it here. Purchase units, not purchase units. Purchase units. So I'll just enable all of this. And let's try again. Let's check this as push. Check convex and see if you are ready. Analyzing and deploying source code. Yeah. So let's go again. And then let's click on buy credits. And then it should redirect us. So before we test it, we need to create a personal sandbox account. The other account we had was a business account. So click on sandbox here. And you should be able to see we have the business account here. So we need to create a new sandbox account. So I'll click on create here and click on personal and click on create. And this should create a personal account which we are going to use to test the account. So just click on the personal account and you should be brought to this page. So now you have the email and the password here. So you can copy this and then make payments. So I'm just going to copy this email and copy the password. So now if I go back and click on, let's go back to API API and credentials. If you click on our API credential, which is AI job assist, we should see this Sandbox account is a business account, and you can see the email and password here. So let's go ahead and test this. So I just go back and let me go back to the Sandbox account, and let's go and test the payments here. So I'll just go to my page and let's click on and let's buy credit here. So I just click buy credits and click on proceed, and this should take me to my account here. So I've already logged in. So it will ask you to log in. Just come over here and just copy this account and log in. So I'm trying to buy $10 worth of credit, and let's click on complete purchase. And once we click on complete purchase, this should it should take me back to our website and it's verifying. It's a payment field. So let's confirm why it failed. So I'm just going to go inside here, scroll down, and let me console the error. And let's check the error message and see if it says which of the messages payment failed. I think that's what I add here. So let's check the error. Let's try again and make payments. So let's go back to my local 3000. And then let me buy credits again. Click here. And let me try again. Let me click on complete purchase and let's see the error. Okay, it consoled the error. Now let's look at what happened here. It says so it failed the error shows error here. So I think the error is because of the space I added here, the space in the URL. So let me just go back up and I'm going to just join this back here and save. And let's uh let's test it again. So it's deploying the updates and then let me go back. Local 3000. Click or enter and then and let's try and make commit. So I'm just going to click on buy credits here. Click on buy credits here. And then this should take me to PayPal again. And I'll click on complete purchase. And let's see. Still fail. Okay, successful. I think it's showing fail by default here. Something's wrong. Why is it showing fail first? Uh, okay, is it because of I think it's because of this if the client failed, I think I need to let's change this. I'll just say capture status is equals to decline or failed. I think it's because of this else. Let's remove this else here. And let's just test it again. So I'm going to buy a different credit here. So I'll click on enter and let's see. So let me try and buy a credit again. So it should load, and let's try and let's complete, and let's wait for some seconds. And you can see it's not showing the field. So I'm just going to enable it. I think the problem is because of I added else in the and I think the problem is because of this else I added here. So I'll save that, and I think guys it. Everything is working. So we can test again. We can test, move this down. We can say, okay, what skills is needed, and you can see the AI is giving us answer. We can test more again, what's the benefits, and we can see what's my last question. Benefits is okay, yeah, it's for the you can see it's working fine. So basically we are done with it. So we can test my job here, or I can go into Glassdoor. So let's copy a different type. Say, let me copy this. Copy and scroll down to the end, and let's copy it. Let's go back. Let me create a new job. Let's paste it here again. Click on send, and let's see. We can see. Yeah, we can see this. So I think the last thing we're going to do here uh create a new message. The AI needs to create a new message. It's to set a welcome message. I'm going to say, so the user knows what to do. You can just draft me a resume and that. So let's go back to our Convex, and inside the action, we are going to say, okay, yeah, we can see send a welcome message. I think we have create conversation here, so we're going to make use of it. So let me go into my action, and we're going to actually create a welcome message ourselves here. So we're going to use await ctx dot scheduler dot run after should run immediately API dot job insights dot create, and then we are going to just pass in the user ID, which is the user ID here, the job ID, which is the job ID, then the welcome message, which is text. So for the welcome message, I'm going to create a welcome message for myself. I'm going to just paste it here. So the welcome message just some message here saying, oh, okay, in a string format, welcome to job insights. We're going to pass the title of the job. So basically this is it. We are just going to say welcome message, and we're going to pass the title. And then we're going to say, okay, who is sending this message? We're going to say role.ai status job insights are completed. And that is it. So let's confirm this is loading. So we need to remove this console here. Let's remove this. And this should on. So let's go back and copy a different job and test it out. So I'm just going to pick out anyone. So let me just pick this one. I'll just expand it and just copy everything here. This is not much, but we can make use of this. So I just go into I'll click here and click on create a new job. And I'll paste it here. Scroll up, I can see. Let's make sure everything is running. Click on send, and then this should it didn't create the job. Okay, yeah, we can see. So to deploy the projects, we're going to let's first of all we're going to push all of this inside the inside GitHub. So I'm just going to go and create a new repository. So I've logged into my GitHub account, and I'm going to create a new repository. So I can call it job assistance SaaS, or let's put AI here, AI job assistance SaaS. So something like this is okay. So I'm going to make it public and I'm going to click on create repository. So and this has created a repository. So I'm going to go down and let's do git init. So I'm just going to open my terminal here and let me just click on another terminal. I'll just say git init here and this should create the init. So make sure your env is added to the environment variable here. It's coming to the git ignore. Your git uh sorry, your env is added to the git ignore. So I'm just going to scroll up here and I'm going to say git add. And this is add. So I'll just give it let's give it a message here. Git commits say first message, first commits. Okay. And this should add all of this into my GitHub. So I'm just going to change the branch to main. I'll clear this. And I'm going to add the remote origin here. So I've added it. Let me push to main. So I'm going to say git push of this origin main. And if I reload this, we can see that it has added it to our GitHub people. So then the next thing we're going to do is to go into our Convex and let's set up our production server. So I'll open my env and inside here I'm going to just close it. So we're going to populate all of this we added inside the dev, like all of this inside the production environment. So I'm just going to click here and go to URL and deploy key. And this is under settings. So click on create production deployments. And you should see it should be waiting and it should create that. So I'll just go into my settings again, click here, and then we should see environment variable. So I'll click here and let's add Gemini API key and let's copy it. Sorry, copy it, create a new one. Let's have let me bring this down here. So let's have PayPal PayPal ID. I'll copy it, I'll paste it here. I'll click on add. I'll copy PayPal client secret. I'll paste it. Then I'll copy the key. Let me copy the secrets and I'll paste it here. Then click on add again. Let's copy the API based URL, paste it here, and let's copy the sandbox URL. And I think that is all we need to add here. You don't need to add with the rest on this here. So let's click on save. And now we've done that. So the last thing we're going to do is to go into our URL deploy URL. We are going to see we're having the deployment URL, which is similar to what we have here. I can't find Convex deploy URL. Okay, we can see it here. And we can see Convex deploy URL, which is this. And we're going to make use of this. So we need to create a deploy key. So this will help us to, when we deploy to Vercel, we can add it to the env, like the nice public, I mean the deployments and Convex deployments. And this will help us to always reload the server once we make changes. It will help us to reload the production and help us to make changes to our, our projects in Vercel. So I'm going to click on create production deployment key. You can give it a name. I just say tech with Emas and make sure you subscribe. So click on save. And there you can see it's similar to this, but it's having production at the front. So Now we are done with this. Let's go ahead and go to GitHub, and then we're going to use Vercel to deploy this. So I've opened my Vercel. So just go to vercel.com and sign up if you have an account. Then let's click on create new projects and click on projects. Then we need to select, so I'm going to select the first import here. I'll click on this, and then I can give it a project name. I'll just say, I'll give it a name, AI job assistance. Just like that. And for the EMV, we need to add some EMV. We need to add our Clerk EMV. So I'll just copy the next public, paste it here. I'll copy the key, copy it, I'll paste it inside here. Add more, add Clerk secret, paste it here, and then get the value here and paste it here. Then we've added all of this. So we need to add Convex deployments. Yeah. So let's go to Convex and copy the deployments key. And then paste it here. Then we need to pass in the Convex public URL. And let's go back to Convex and let's scroll up. We can see this. Let me copy this deployment URL and paste it here. So click on add more, and let's add our next public direct URL. So we're going to copy this for now, and we're going to make changes to it once we deploy. We have the domain. So I'm just going to put the locals, but we're going to change it back. And I think we didn't use this. Let me search. Okay, yeah, we make use of this. So I'll just paste it here. So I'll just put locals 3000. And then we can come over to Convex. So we can cancel Convex. So inside the Convex here, if you look at here, we don't have any data here, any table here. So we need to deploy this. So I'm going to deploy this here. So I'm going to say nps convex deploy. And this is going to load and deploy our project to production. So why this is going, okay, let's click on yes. Let's say yes, checking the schemas and pushing that. So let's deploy this. Click on deploy. And this is going to fail. So it's going to fail. It's going to fail. It's going to fail because we didn't fix a certain issue here. So because we are using Nox, and Nox is using Nox is using. So let me go into my layout. Let me go into my layout. Because Nox is using use search param, and if we try to run this locally, let's try to run this locally. So I'll do npm run build. So let me cancel this. Click on npm run build. And Next.js asks us to wrap any components we use the use search param in a suspense. And since use Nox or Nox, what do we call it here? Nox is using the use search param, and we can see that it failed. And I'm going to just open this. And you can see use search param should be wrapped in suspense. You can see the message I was saying about. So we need to wrap use search param, and Nox is using use search param. So for us to handle this, we need to go into here. And we need to create suspense here. We need to add suspense here. Suspense from React. And then we need to wrap everything. And we need a fallback. Sorry. We need a fallback component. So let's go into component and create a fallback component. So I'll say fallback.txt. Yeah. So if you call it fallback loader, I'll call it fallback loader. And it's just show a loader here. So this is it. So I'm just importing React and Lossy React and showing loader. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to layout and let's just say let's just import it. Import it. Now you see that it is has some problem with you need to add suspense to it too. So now if we try to rerun it here, run build. Let me add this to add a commit message here. Npr git commits. So I'll just move this like this. I'll just say added suspense to up, and let me just git push main. And we're going to okay. Sorry, I forgot to add origin here, origin. And you can see that it works. You can see this went through. So we have pushed this and this should update. Let's go back to our app and let's try and redeploy again. So let's redeploy. It's deploying. So inside the Convex, we can see our table is already showing and our functions are showing here. We can see all our functions are here. From the action to the importation, the API limits and the function, API limit, the code, all of them are shown here. You can see everything shown here. So let's wait for it to deploy. So it's deploying. Hopefully it should go through. So let's wait for it to deploy. So now it does deploy. So let's go back to the app, go back to dashboard, and we're still going to redeploy this. We're just going to copy the URL. So you can see the URL, the domain here. So I'm going to copy the domain. Then I'll go back to settings. And I'll go back to my env variable. And I'm going to have to edit this. Edit. Okay, not this one. Is this one? Is this one? Let's edit this one. And I'll just change this to and change HTTPS. I'll click on save. Then also change this one from the localhost to actual domain. I'll click on save, HTTPS, then save. So I can confirm that everything's okay. Here. You can see app, everything's set to work properly. So let's go back and create a deployment. So click on deployment and then click here and you'll see create a deployment. Then click on main and to create a deployment for us. So let's wait for this to deploy. So it's in queue. Let's click on it and we can see it's building. And let me just wait for it to build. So it has completely deployed. Let's click on it and let's test it out to see everything is working fine. So I've opened the link and we can see that. So let me open this link. So I open it in a larger screen. So let me just so let me navigate to this. And now yeah, we can try and sign in. So this is the deployment URL. So I'll click on sign in here. And this should open Clerk. So I'm going to click on continue with Google. So I've logged into my account and you can see this account because since it's a production Convex account, so all those old data will not exist. So you can see 10.0 credit. So we don't have any job. So we're going to try and test the new job now. So I've already opened the job here. So let's just copy a job here. So I'll just copy this one. So let me just open everything here. So I'm just going to copy job and I'm going to just copy it and let's see if this will work. So I'm just going to paste it here and click on send and we can see it's showing on title and let's see if it's working. You can see the description. Then we can ask, okay, draft me cover letter. And we can see that it's working here. So I think there's space here. So this needs to be dragged. This needs to come down here. And then we can also we can check a different one. What is the benefit? And everything's working. So if I go over to my data production, I can see 7. And if I try to exhaust the whole credits, so let me try and exhaust everything. So there's only okay. So I've exhausted the credits and you can see 0, 0. So if I try to click on what skills needed and you can see buy out of credit and we can't see the error again. So I'll click on buy. So I've provided my email and password. So let me log in. It's good. Oh, I'm going to password again. Okay, so going to check out. Okay. So I'll click on purchase and it should redirect me back. So let's see verifying. And we can see 100 credits here. So I can go back and then text it again. And for scroll, I can click on what's the benefits.